just think I'm free, and I'm just living my life. There's nothing crazy about me. Some people pay for thrills, but I'll get mine for free. Man, I'm just living my life. There's nothing crazy about me. Bonkers. Everything in my life ain't what it seems. I wake up just to go back to sleep. I act real shallow, but I'm in too deep. And all I care about is sex and violence. A heavy baseline is my kind of silence. Everybody says that I gotta get a grip, but I let sanity give me the slip. Some people think I'm bonkers, but I just think I'm free. And I'm just living my life. There's nothing crazy about me. Some people pay for thrills, but I'll get mine for free. Man, I'm just living my life. There's nothing crazy about me.
handle my lifestyle. You see I'm too damn crazy. You see I'm too damn wild. You gotta understand, this is just the way I live. Baby, what you see is exactly what you get. No
Happy Wednesday, May 27th. Wow. May 27th. Crazy. Yeah, May 27th. What the heck? Feels like it was like May 20th, not too long ago. Whatever. But yes, welcome in everyone. My name is Angelina Tucci. This is my broadcast / live stream / podcast, I guess. Everyone I keep meeting in real life keeps calling this a podcast, and it's not a podcast, it's just a stream. But that's okay. I'll let people call it a podcast, so that's okay. Anyways, yes, welcome in everyone. Hope you are having a great day. I sure am. Kind of a mellow day. It's, definitely getting that May gray, June gloom type of weather here in Rancho Cucamonga, Southern California, the Inland Empire, where it's just gloomy in the morning and then the sun breaks through at midday or so. Sun has starting to break through. So, but anyways, hope everyone's having a good one. Thank you for being in here. We are going to cover some news and history today. Might be a shorter stream today. Oh crap, I gotta update my subscriber goal. It only says 76 and I know for a fact we have 80 now. Okay, but the last time I tried to update this, it just... Okay, hold on. Let's just do 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Okay. Alright. We got 80 now on the screen. Hopefully it doesn't get messed up. Hey. Stardust City Hack, welcome in. Are the goats? The goats are cute. Reporting for duty. Thank you. Okay. We did it like that and now we do it like this. We did it like that and now we do it like this. Did it like that and now we do it like this. We did it like that and now we do it like this. Go inside your mind and find a time that okay, that's gonna keep going for a while, but I think that was the last one. Okay, there we go. I think that was the last one. To get 4. Alright. Just fixing the different tags here. Setting the language. There we go. Okay, cool. Alright, so let's get started with watching let's get started by watching. I wanted to watch this last week and we didn't get a chance to. This one. Oh god. I'm so sorry. I'm not gonna blow up the mic.
Welcome to the Worker Power Hour radio show.
Okay, so yeah, we're gonna watch the Worker Power Hour. I don't know, they haven't done any new episodes in a while, but that's okay. I think maybe they're on summer vacation and stuff. But yeah, this was from 2 weeks ago apparently. In my quest to understand more, Stardust City Hack said, "You the goat." That makes me so happy. Thank you. But you are forever the goat mod. So.
We're back. It's the Worker Power Hour.
Oh my god, he's already blowing out the mic. So yeah, in my quest to understand union and, understand more of the politics within the region, I have to understand how unions are. We need to understand Teamsters Joint Council 42 because Joint Council 42 seems to be like a big, it's like almost like the entire state of Southern California, I guess. I don't know. And it has all the locals there. All right. So let's watch. I'm sure we'll get explanation. Apologies for the radio being your headphones being blown out, but
sorry, was I in there a little hot, Mark?
Yes, you were, homie.
A little closer?
Don't get closer.
We're we're testing new volume levels
Here
on
we
the
go
input for the
again.
mic. So
There you go.
you know, a couple shows we'll figure this out. And this obviously one of the best parts of live radio is you get to figure it out as soon as you push the live button, and everybody over the air gets to listen to you, which is KCAA 1050 AM, 106.5 FM throughout the Inland Empire. Guess what? We have a special show today. Thank you all for joining us. For those of you that are joining us live and listening in live, if you're listening to it after the fact, no problem. We certainly don't discourage that. But I have two individuals here that have been very helpful over the last few years at doing a lot of incredible things, and we just thought it was important to bring them on the show. First, specifically, the Joint Council 42 president, which Joint Council 42 is the largest joint council in the entire country for the Teamsters Union, Victor Mineros. He's also an IBT vice president for the Western region.
So I tried to research on my own the different councils and stuff, and it's just I didn't want to think that the Teamsters was this disorganized, like back in 2016 or whenever, when Sean O'Brien went to the RNC. Was it 2016 or was it 2020? I don't remember. It was 2020? Okay, that's okay, yeah. 2016 was too long ago. So 2020. Yeah, I was in trying to understand why they didn't endorse anyone. It just seems like the Teamsters, I don't want to say they're a hot mess, but they're just not as organized as, maybe a business would be. And so I think they're trying to get it together. Obviously here, Mr. Randy Corrigan and Joint Council 42, they're marketing themselves as the largest Teamsters Council in the United States, which is crazy. Because you would just think that it would be like some other big, I don't know, manufacturing job, but that there really is no more manufacturing jobs, are there, here in America? So yeah, okay, let's continue.
And he's the secretary treasurer and principal officer of Teamsters 396. He's got a few other titles right now. They don't really matter to this conversation, but
they do.
Oh, they do.
Yes.
You don't have to be that close. I know your old radio
old
days.
school radio days.
Oh my God.
We're talking to the engineer Mark, and I'm like, "Where's all the carts, the trays?"
What?
That's the old school radio days. You did forget the.
Oh my God! All the carts and the trays. Is that the thing in the background where Roz is? That's so cool. And those are just all like sound effects. And they're like 8-track tapes. That's cool. Okay.
Title of them all.
Which is that?
Is Grandpa.
I just realized all three men here are bald, and they all have the same beard and mustache combo. Oh, it's just different levels of bald. No, they're all bald. Like, they all just shaved their heads this morning. And yeah, they Randy and the guy in the middle have like a little bit of a faded whatever shadow type of beard and mustache, while homie over here on the right, he's just like full on groomed. But he seems to be like, I don't want to assume that he's Mexican, but he seems like the most Mexican out of all of them. I don't think Randy is freaking white as white.
Right. Yeah.
That is
recent being grandpa. Both of us share that in common as well.
How great is
grandparents? It's fun to give them back.
I tell Erica, which is my wife, and obviously you know her, Randy. You
lots of
Jackie
shiny.
No, Erica. But
lots of shiny scalps. Yes, that is true. You think they use like different moisturizing or like balms or whatever? Or it's just their own natural oils that are making it shiny? That's gross.
We should have skipped kids and went straight to
grandkids. Right. It's kind of hard to do that, though. Right.
Just a little bit. Nobody's figured it out yet.
You got to get through that first set. Right. Well, congratulations on the grandkids, by the way. I know the two of us keep sharing stories and enjoying that part of life.
Man, those men are grandfathers.
Again,
That's
I know
crazy.
I said it's fun to give them back because, that's where
it's
like, okay. And you can have all this fun, and then the obligation is completely different, which makes it much more engaging.
And yeah, you don't have to. You're not forced to change dirty diapers. It's funny because I took them the other day. We went shopping, and I had them for a couple hours. We're out just running errands, just typical stuff that we do. I do around the house and picking up stuff, different places. And right at the last stop, I was like, "Whoa, something smells!" And I was like,
"Did you hand it off?"
As soon as we got in the car, I was 5 minutes away from home. It is. I got home and I was like, well, somebody spoiled their diaper, and I don't have to do it. So it worked out perfect.
What's funny for me is I've got this way of carrying it like on my arm when they're smaller.
Right.
And I can put them to sleep in like 2 seconds. And
That's
so
so
everybody always like, because everybody. I'm not the most affectionate person, as everybody knows.
You wouldn't say.
Right. Right. But
I had to creep into the mic mark.
but when one of the grandkids is hanging over the arm and you're just kind of walking around doing stuff, they immediately fall asleep no matter what.
It's the comfort
Yeah,
level.
yeah, they're just like, oh, because they're looking and they're chilling and they're seeing, their heads bobbling, and then eventually, boom, they're out, and,
Right.
and then you're like, okay, now I got to switch arms.
Yeah, because your arm starts falling
Your
asleep.
arms fall asleep. But anyway, and Chico, as we call him Chico because he's so effective. You want to introduce your amazing sidekick here?
My sidekick, sidekick in the sense of the fighting for workers is
he's
the
great.
sidekick.
Yeah.
But yeah, David Enriquez, a business agent. He runs our Amazon program at Teamsters Local 396. Obviously, he sits with you on the international level as one of your reps in the Amazon project. David Enriquez, I've known him for a very long time. I was his agent when he was a part-timer and then a package car driver. So we have a very extensive.
Was he always a pain in the ass? Why you chuckle?
So yeah, Dave, do you want to?
Okay, so interesting. Amazon. I just want to find this guy. Okay, so he said he was a business agent. Okay, I'll look for that on my own. This guy has really weird eyes. I'm sorry. He just has those eyes. I don't know. They bother me. Sorry. Jason Rabinowitz. Jason Rabinowitz, you have very scary eyes. Okay.
Introduce, I guess.
Say hi.
Thank you for having us on the show, first radio show. So
Hell yeah.
forgive me if I
brother.
sound a little nervous, right? But
Yeah, you look nervous sitting over there.
Definitely an honor.
No,
to,
you just leave
to
him
work
alone.
For Victor Moneros, right? As he said, he was my agent. I stressed him out quite a few times, and now we get to share stress together. And definitely an honor being on the Amazon project with you, Randy, since 2018, 2019. I think we've been at this.
Yeah, we've been pushing. It's funny, the dynamic of someone, you were an agent and they were your steward, and then you go to work for the organization. You're now the principal officer. He's the agent, and I always laugh when I see an agent or a rep of mine have to deal with a member that was like them.
That is pretty funny.
And they call you complaining, and you go, "Does it remind you of anybody?"
Oh, wow, that's
And
funny.
they usually have to search for a minute because they're not thinking of themselves when the roles were slightly different, and that's always a fun dynamic, is to experience that next layer and that next chapter.
That's
like
actually pretty funny because then you start giving examples of the stuff like he did and the members doing the same. Well, can you imagine he would do this? Well, okay, now you're being
exactly.
No, but before we do continue, I do want to
Oh
take
my
the time
God,
to
so
thank
sorry.
you. Thank you for having us on your show. You're doing a great, amazing work out here. I was here a couple weeks ago for the car show, which was outstanding.
Hey, I was at the car show. I did not see, well, maybe I did see that guy, but I
Every
didn't see
year,
him.
I hear a lot of the stuff that is happening in the IE, and I contribute to Randy K-Mac.
Right. He gets all the credit. That's why he put his name on the building.
I'm messing with you.
That's all right.
It's
I
to
got
the
you.
Randy's. But
Believe me, he's been stealing credit from me for years, man. He can keep happening.
Right. And
I'll roll with it.
your building is beautiful. I noticed that you stole my color schemes.
Yep, I sure did.
It's funny. We have that going joke with Randy. I came out here and he had remodeled.
Why is he
beautiful
looking
building.
directly
the
into the
members'
camera?
House is the house
Sorry,
of
it's
labor, it's their
just
house,
cringe.
and as it should be taken care of. And we started remodeling ours at 396, and I stole the color schemes that he has. But I tell everybody, 1932 is the one who stole our color schemes.
Yeah, it's it's been fun to go at other locations and see some things that we did kind of happening in other areas. So we're proud of that, and we appreciate that. Thank you for recognizing that. The reason I asked you on the show, Vic, is obviously we go way back as organizers. We've done so many different things together, but there's something that's happening and shifting in the labor movement right now that I know I've been trying to agitate for a very long time, and that is building worker power that transitions from not only organizing but also representation and back and forth. In other words, that the integration of the workforce that are non-union, in addition to the unionized workforce, exercising their power beyond like the grievance procedure. Obviously, non-union workers don't have the right to a grievance procedure because they don't have a collective bargaining agreement.
Yeah.
And then there's that in between, or workers that are organizing, and then they don't quite have a contract yet, but they've organized in some fashion. Then the question is, what do they do? How do they how do they agitate improvements? How do they make changes on the job? How do they effectively hold their boss accountable? How do they get a raise? All those things. We've seen over the last few years in Amazon specifically, major shifts where the employer has obviously had to pony up, pay money, change benefit structures, change working conditions, and improve many of the things which impact the workers' workplace. And that's been done through just straight up workers forcing it. Ironically, what happens is in the the unionized sector, we become so dependent upon the grievance procedure and the arbitration procedure and the kind of automatic mechanisms that come into the contract that we forget and we start to drift away from worker power. The reason why I wanted you to come on the show is we've seen you transferring that over. Obviously, you've known I've done that my entire career, like all the way back when I was a rep in the mid 1990s, and I had a lot of fun.
In the mid 1990s. Brother, I was a child in the mid 1990s, and he was being a union rep for, I was going to say Amazon, but for UPS, I think. That's crazy. Imagine this man in UPS shorts. Scary.
Fun as a rep not using the grievance procedure and pissing the employer off because they're like, why don't you just file a grievance? Why don't we take this to arbitration? Why are you kicking my teeth in here? Because this is quicker. Like, let's just be straight up. It's because it's quicker. Like, I don't, I get I got a right to file a grievance. We got a right to meet and go through some steps, and then we'll file for arbitration. And in a case like UPS, you go to a panel, and then ultimately you could end up in arbitration. But no, I want to get it done next week. And the way I get it done next week is I kind of hold a part of your operation hostage in some way or another.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, exactly.
No, I do it legally because I make them sign off on it when it's all done.
Right.
So obviously I'm joking around here, but workers have a ton of leverage at work, and watching 396 utilize something that I have seen happen before and I know works, and then most importantly, it's what built the labor movement originally. Grievance procedures and winning arbitrations didn't build the labor movement. Matter of fact, I argue that they helped put us to sleep because those are processes that are automatic. I know some people are probably confused by what I just said, but the action and activity of workers engaging and using their power right at work, right in front of the boss, and muscling down the operation in the right way within the confines of the contract, because we can always be creative when we're doing that, is what built these union contracts, not grievance and arbitration procedures. Again, I'm not advocating to get rid of those, not at all. We need those. Right. But, we decide what goes to arbitration and grievance. And we also get to decide what we use to really have quick action on the job through worker power. Again, this purpose of this show is to talk about how the labor movement needs to do more of that. And I just thought you were the perfect guest because you are transferring that live. I'm watching it happen. And I want to absolutely recognize the fact that you're doing it on a level that I've not seen before in the labor movement. It's catching up. I would say it's catching up to me, but you know what I mean here. I don't mean that in a negative way.
No.
It's because I practiced it my entire career. So now when I look and I see this happening, I have a great admiration for it. I know when
we went over this right before.
Yeah. My first slip up in 3 years. Anyway, I know I give you some guff every now and then, but the reality is this aspect of the labor movement is really, really important. Somebody just called me potty mouth, so it sounds to me like it got through. Anyway, so my bad, everybody. Anyway, Vic, I think it's important. I think, Vic, you talk about it from one level, and then because after you took over at 396, obviously I'm aware of 396's history. I remember back a few principal officers, and that transfer, that change happened after you took over, and then after Chico here started to kind of push this sort of agenda. And so I think there's a few things we can talk about here, like how it applies to non-union workers and the Amazon workers, how let's say in your case, the UPS workers are witnessing Amazon workers throw down, right?
Exactly.
I mean, really, really, really putting it all on the line, and then looking back at the UPSers saying, hey, you need to do something similar in your workspace. Don't just sit back and expect to file a grievance and someone processes it for you. I think that this whole dynamic in the labor movement is really important for us to lift up and talk about right now, because it's what's going to steer the ship in a different direction. It is what built the labor movement to begin with. So thank you for being that individual that is led in that way, I think it's, I sincerely appreciate it. And I think it's important to lift it up. And I really think it's important to talk about those transitions from just being service model to then making sure that we're agitating and getting workers to engage and take control of their workspace. With that, I know that's a lot.
Well, I'll start off. Obviously, Randy, I've been working with you for decades now. I think you used to have a comb over back in the day when I started working with you.
Oh, damn,
not
really?
Which is not true. But
No,
it's,
I combed it straight back. At a certain point, I always combed it back.
but it's interesting enough is
You actually remember me with hair? That's a wow.
now it's ear hair, but it's
Ooh.
and eyebrow.
Ooh.
No, but if
Bro,
you really-
you know what? This is this is whatever the opposite of Trixie and Katya's podcast is. This is the bald and the ugly.
you think about it. I come from a long history of organizing. I love it. I still enjoy it to this day. But when I went from organizing to representing, I remember is the power of workers, what they have when workers get collectively work together. Particularly one of the yards that I represented in was a waste yard. We had language to where workers had demand be treated with dignity and respect. And I remember this one worker who came to me with the grievance, and he said, "Hey, this supervisor disrespected me, Victor." And I stood there and I said, okay. I was his rep, and I asked him, Nacho, his name was Nacho, and I said, so what did you tell the super, or what did he tell you? He went off, he cussed at me and told me this and this. And I go, okay. So I asked him, Nacho, what did you tell him? And he goes, well, nothing. And I said, okay.
Yeah, sure.
I told him I'm filing a grievance. And I said, okay, really? I go, we'll take the grievance. We're going to handle this. But we have to, this supervisor, how's he going to learn? And I said, what you should have stopped him. I'm not saying punch him. I'm not saying cuss him out.
Right.
What you should have told him is, first off, if you're going to talk to me, you're not going to talk to me in that disrespectful tone.
Yeah.
That's where we're going to start off. You can come across and tell me what you need to tell me. You are a supervisor. We just have different roles. One is not higher than the other. We just have different roles. And I said, I said, Nacho, can I come to your house and cuss you out in front of your family? He said, absolutely not. And I said, why not? He goes, because I would stop you and probably cuss you out. And it'll probably be an exchange of not only words, but, and I said, well, why?
It'd be a little physical activity.
Just a little, just a little bit.
Just a little.
But the point I was getting across is, I explained to him, he has the ability, he has the power to stop a supervisor and tell him, you're not going to disrespect me. Sure enough, Nacho took the grievance back from me, and he says, I'm going to take it back. And he goes, I'm going to take care of it first. Sure enough, lo and behold, the supervisor does it again. Nacho stopped him in his tracks and says, before you say another word, you're going to talk to me with respect.
Yeah.
Because if you don't talk to me with respect, we're going to talk to each other the same way. Don't
Yeah.
let the shield talk to me. There's an old saying, talk to me like you would talk to me out in the street. We're not promoting violence.
No, but we're being real.
We're being real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're being real. People want to be treated like human beings. Sure enough, that supervisor never talked to him.
Yeah, and he probably had a level of respect for him at that point going forward, and obviously thought twice about how he approached something in every future exchange.
And that's exactly what happened, because at that point, you know, we didn't even have to process the grievance. Nacho took care of it himself. But that comes from
And that's the most
collectively
powerful grievance, is the one that's never filed.
never filed, and that's because
You won because you didn't fill out the paperwork. You used
action.
your power. You took action. That's
Right. And then, but these workplaces have to understand it's collective action. It's not just Nacho, because, you know, we can hear in the non-union sector, well, I could do it myself. I don't need anybody representing me. I don't need anybody. I don't need a voice. I am my own voice,
Sure,
which
buddy,
we know
sure.
it's not true. Because you can probably have that
It
voice.
sounds good, right?
It sounds good. Everybody has that tough guy mentality till you meet that one person. But if you work collectively, it shows workers really do have the power.
They have a ton of power. It's
I mean,
incredible.
it's just going into the non-union sector of it, just the Amazon. I was recently at a meeting with the California State Federation, the CalFed. Obviously, you know, Lorena, and part of her speech or the discussion was how amazing it has been with this Amazon project, where workers are standing up and saying, yes, we don't have a collective bargaining agreement yet. I mean,
Yeah, but we're
yet,
taking control now.
and we are
know.
a union now. I mean, this is something that we've been talking about for how many years, Randy? Obviously, you know, we were organizers together at the same time, and now just putting it into action, it's so great. I mean, we've been working with this project, and I know I've organized with workers back in the days when I did it. It's just giving them the power, and workers really do have a lot of power.
Chico, you have a story, I think at Cerritos, that you guys had a little fun inside the opera. Was it Compton?
Yeah, the Compton Hub.
Yeah.
We did,
Yeah, the third
That was
bald guy's name is
This isn't
Chico.
Amazon. This is UPS.
This is UPS. We had a situation where new division manager comes in, right? Wants
Oh,
to
I
change
love
the world.
that. Yeah.
You
New
know how that
sheriff,
goes.
right?
Yeah, new sheriff in town. So he shuts down the car wash, right?
Oh, it's a car wash?
Drivers start washing their own package cars. Said, hey, wait a minute. First of all, you're taking food off of another member's table, right? Local 495. We can't allow for that. Okay. A company takes it upon themselves to put the red tag package cars inside the car wash. For the listeners, right, a red tag is a package car
Out of service.
Yeah, out of service, can't be on road. So they plug up the car wash with the red tag package cars. Meanwhile, days go by, our package cars are getting filthy. So UPS has gotten rid of, trying to look good and look sharp for the customer. That's out the window. But that still creates a safety hazard, right? You have dirty windshields, dirty mirrors. You got to be in a clean package car. So drivers are,
Interesting.
pretty upset
You
about
never
it. So,
think
that's what
about
we're gonna
that.
do, right? And
That
credit
the
to my-
UPS trucks,
my
the
steward,
mail
Eric
trucks need to
Sanchez,
be
right,
cleaned.
who is a big part of our volunteer organizing program. Helps out with strike lines, actions, rallies. He said, hey, man, we gotta march on this guy. I was like, you're absolutely right. It was a very proud moment, right, as an agent for your steward to know what needs to be done. We create or whip up a Teamster Thursday, get everybody together, 3 grievances for each center, right? But we marched on the boss. We went up to the division manager's office, walked in there, right? This is when we still had access to that complex. But
It was canceled. We're no longer allowed in there.
so we go in there.
Wow.
At the time, I think I counted upwards of 50 drivers or so. We got together with business agent from Local 495, right? We had a decision from one of our other business agents on a case regarding car wash. March in there, knock on the division manager's door. He's nowhere to be found. We slide the
He's running out the back door.
exactly
Right.
exactly slide the grievances underneath the division manager's door. Take a couple pictures because I was very proud of my stewards and the drivers, right? That no questions asked. We said we're going to do this, and everybody was on board, right? Now, my first business agent, David Lopez, has this saying, right? When we're right, we fight. When we're wrong, we negotiate. We're 100% right. We're within our contractual right to do what we did that day, right? You bring in
I like
issue
that.
to the
Sorry.
attention of the
Sorry, chat. He said, when we're right, we fight. When we're wrong, we negotiate. Damn, that's not only good in union negotiations, but also in like life in general, I think, you're having a disagreement with someone or, fighting with your partner or whatever. Yeah. Well, I mean, when you're right, you probably shouldn't be fighting hard, but like, I don't know. That's just good. That is just a good little limerick. I think that's what the word is, limerick, for when things sound good like that.
manager, give them an opportunity to correct it.
I don't know.
Right? It just so happens that this affected multiple drivers, multiple centers, and multiple stewards. Long story short, we slide the grievances underneath the door. We start coming down the steps, allegedly chanting, "Who are we, Teamsters?" Right, over and over. Division manager is now downstairs. Now all of a sudden he's willing to talk. So sure enough, we start discussing the issues. We leave later on that day. About 4 or 5 hours later, I get a call from one of my drivers. Hey, the car wash is open. Right. The next day, get word from the other agent, from Local 495, that they brought back a laid off porter, laid off car
Yep,
washer.
car washer, yep.
Right. So that
Wow.
march on the boss was successful in more ways than one. Right. And we had our monthly panel that week scheduled, and the labor manager's there, and he's all pissed off and comes up to me. And he's
Why
like,
didn't you just file a grievance? We had heard it here.
exactly, right? He goes, really? What are you talking about? He's like, 64 drivers? I go, I don't know what you're talking about. So 64 drivers up in that office? I go, wow, 64? It's higher than what I counted. That was a great turnout.
I must be a bad counter. I lost track at 50.
So yeah, it was great. It was awesome to see, the members move to action. And when members do that, they feel that they're owning their union, and that's what it's about,
Yeah, and I think where we kind of blend this together is workers at a UPS facility doing something like that under the protections of a union contract is one thing, and then watching workers at an Amazon facility or any non-union facility do something similar without the protections of a union contract.
Yeah.
It's always powerful to see how much the member under a contract then looks over at that worker and goes, holy smokes. There's this new kind of level of appreciation and recognition for how tough it is and how courageous those workers are that are operating in that space. So then when you have those individuals that are participating on the picket line or engaging in activities in that space, it becomes transferable back and forth, right? And now what's happening is many of the UPSers and VOs are recognizing that it's the Amazon workers that are going to save the industry.
Interesting.
It's the Amazon workers. And there's no disrespect to our UPS members. It's going to take workers on a large scale
Yeah.
to shut down or leverage and or withhold their labor, a combination of all these things to stop this decline in the industry as a whole, to prevent the UPSs from chasing the bottom, which is the Amazons, right? But seeing that integration where those workers then stand together and help each other on a picket line, help each other extending a picket. As a matter of fact, I think there's a picket in Santa Fe Springs right now, right?
Yes, as
I'm
we
getting
speak.
on board here. I'm getting, hey, there's some of us that are on that Amazon picket line right now. So this is a good example of where those rank and filers are connecting to those workers who are fighting for a contract but are exercising their rights of their union, just don't have a contract yet. And then that appreciation for the system becomes holistic. That is the power of a union that we have to level up right there and engage that on a much larger scale, not just with the Teamsters, with the labor movement as a whole. What are your guys' thoughts about that?
Totally. But real quick, before I go back, I remember with Dave or Chico, I was when he did that, I was in panel, and the region coordinator for labor asked, "Hey, was this necessary?" And I had already talked to Chico, and he had told me the car wash is open, and so I asked him, "Did you guys open the car wash?" He goes, "Well, I think so," and I go, "Well, then it worked." Right, it worked.
Right.
The car wash is open. Somebody came back from
We didn't
layoff,
have to waste our time at the panel.
and I go,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
those grievances, never mind. We don't need them anymore
Exactly.
because
Yeah,
it
work
ended
around.
up working.
Settled and withdrawn, right?
There you go. You remember
SWD.
the,
Oh, of course I do. I represented UPS for a lot of years.
that's funny. Yeah, because I chair the for those of you who know, Randy represented UPS a long time ago, or UPS members, but I chair. So he just said settled and withdrawn is when we call the docket out. Each case has a case number.
On with rights, on without rights.
Yeah,
I
on the
remember all
witness.
those codes,
You
yeah.
remember all of that.
Yeah, yeah.
But just seeing, Randy, and obviously we've talked about this before, but we've been criticized in the sense of organizing these Amazon workers. Are we going to ever do it? And over the years, we've been told, oh, it's not going to happen, but yet we continue to move forward. Obviously,
And we see the growth of these workers.
the growth of the workers. It's not about us; it's the workers.
Yeah. It's
And
incredible.
kudos to the general president and the executive board who have bought into this program. But you constantly
Absolutely, they've been
see-
100% supportive. Right.
you constantly see workers move forward. These Amazon workers that we organize when they come to a general membership meeting and they actually see like, hey, we just want what you have. And members who are born with it, who come into and have all of these rights, now start understanding that
How tough they were to achieve.
how tough they were to achieve. And doesn't everybody live under a collective bargaining agreement? Doesn't everybody just get a raise without asking for it? Doesn't everybody just have a
Retirement plan.
a retirement plan?
No,
Doesn't
no.
everybody just go to the doctor
Unfortunately,
and
no.
not have to pay a single cent? And they realize it's just not, that's not the reality of
Yeah.
the world, because you have Amazon of the world trying to destroy workers. And
Especially watching them do the exact same job.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exact same job.
Exactly. So, I mean, those are some of the great stuff, just watching it just develop and constant, how annoyed Amazon probably is right now, how they're constantly having to fight and keep these workers down. We are the last thing in between corporate greed and the workers just taking over the world.
And props to Chico here. Chico has done a great job of
Brother,
educating
what is
your
Chico's last
fellow
name?
UPS representatives on the subject. You're going panel to panel. You're actually doing presentations and you're explaining to all the other representatives that represent UPS, because obviously it's big. It's 300,000+ of our members, and sometimes everybody's kind of caught up in the system, the panel system, grievances and processing, through those mechanisms. But Chico, you've been really agitating the space and pushing your peers into making sure that they're utilizing not only the VOs, building a volunteer program, but also integrating these strategies into the day-to-day operations of UPS or anywhere else. It doesn't always have to follow UPS and go to any other industry. This is universal. I just use UPS as an example because it's a direct. Amazon and UPS look very similar as far as the jobs they perform, but clearly couldn't be any different because of how the workers are being treated and how their operations run. Chico, thank you very much for doing that. And I think it's a lot. You got a lot more to do. It's like we just got started, right?
Yes, exactly.
But as you're venturing up that mountain and you're going through that hill, it's great to see that you're undeterred and you just keep mushing through whatever potential negativity or excuses or this or that. You got anything to say on that?
Yeah, I mean, thank you to both you, Randy and Vic, for allowing me to do the work that I do, right? I know I piss off a lot of people in the process of it, right? But it's part of it.
That means you're not doing your job if you're not pissing the people. You
Exactly.
got to upset the apple cart a little bit as you're
Exactly.
moving through it. Yep.
But yes, I mean, hats off to all the UPS agents, right, and any business agent for that matter. I mean, you're dealing with day-to-day issues. At the end of the day, you're representing members and you're handling livelihoods. So you can't take that lightly. So to throw on organizing on top of a business agent's, plate that's already full, it could be overwhelming at times. But nonetheless, it needs to be done. Bottom line, if we don't fight for what we've built, it's going to slip right through our hands, right? Worker power is huge. Inoculating and educating everybody, right, from the part-timer to the package car driver.
I'm gonna run to the
driver,
bathroom.
to the business agent on
I'll be
why
right
it's
back.
important, right, is what's most important. If you can do that, plant that seed on why we need to organize these workers, you'll be able to move people to action. Business agents, I know, to all the business agents out there that I've gotten on your nerves, and the emails, the text messages, the phone calls.
That's good. That means
right?
you're doing it.
Again, I apologize for being a pain in the ass, but like I always say, this is something that we need to do. We have an obligation and a responsibility to do this, to protect and preserve what was built, right, and fight like hell to make things better for everybody who comes after us. I'm blessed to be a third-generation Teamster, right? My grandfather, my dad, Teamsters. My mom's dad was a Teamster. So, I mean, all I've ever known and everything I've always had is because of the Teamsters. Same thing with my kids. Everything they've known and had is because of the Teamsters. So I'll be damned if I let, somebody take that from what we've built. And whether I die or retire, whichever comes first, and I don't plan on doing either one anytime soon, I will fight like hell to organize these workers and get them what they deserve and protect what we have in the process.
And your passion comes out. It does come out. Your passion behind making sure that you carry on those working conditions really comes out. Vic, as a leader leading this, obviously there's a level of challenges of holding people accountable, pressing them, shifting gears, and trying to get people to do things a bit different versus the transactional, go through the motion service model stuff. What's it like dealing with that transition as you continue to deal with it more and more as time goes on? I mean, I got my own opinion about it, which I'm sure you're going to hear in a minute.
You wouldn't say.
Right.
No, but Randy, it's just different. I mean, in different roles. Obviously, you were a longtime organizer. How many times were you told no? How many times were you told you're not going to be able to get that? Get over it. Move on. How many times?
Every time.
Every time. Every time. And what do we do as an organizer?
You work right through it.
You work right through it.
Don't take no for an answer.
You don't take no for an answer, and you keep teaching them to believe, teaching them to understand. This is for the better. This is for we will have something to we're going to win. We're going to win because that's what we do. We organize. And being a leader aspect of it does. It's in different venues. It's convincing, bigger audiences, bigger convincing other local unions to buy into this project. And it's not only just convincing them. It's not like I have a goods to sell. It's, hey, listen, you will be better. Your members will be better if we adopt this strategy. And if you don't believe me, let me help you, show you how to do it. Let's move it forward. So it's just different. It's the no's are a little bit different. Now I'm more in the sense of trying to convince you.
They're not so much no's, they're excuses sometimes, right? They kind of shift back and forth between,
well,
I'm busy, I got this, I got that.
We're all busy.
Right.
We're all busy. And it's just the buy-in. It's just looking into somebody. It's just, obviously I represent one of the largest UPS locals in the West,
in the country, yeah.
In the country, but it's convincing the membership also is like, hey, look what we're doing here. You're enjoying what you got now, but I'm telling you, they're coming after it. So either you sit back and you watch all of it crumble, or you're part of the fight. And I get it. UPS members or drivers, for instance, they work a lot of hours, but there's always an R day. There's always a Saturday. Chico has a strike line up somewhere. Chico has some sort of action going on with Amazon. If it's a city council, if it's an evening, give back. Don't talk about the problem. Be about the solution. Be part of it. Just be part of it and what you did. Or you're going to sit back and do nothing and complain that everything is being taken away from you.
You make a good point. It's showing up to city council meetings. It's knocking on doors. It's canvassing. It's learning how to communicate and be a volunteer. And what does that mean? That means asking the right questions and not insulting people accidentally when you're communicating with them about why, how the Teamsters Union has made sure that this industry has provided good middle class, working class jobs that people can buy homes. Like that exchange and learning how to work through that exchange takes a lot of work, and it's not just something that you can get in 15 seconds on Facebook, right? It's something that you have to work at hard, and we as leaders, we have to press people constantly into that space, which typically makes them uncomfortable. But again, I just think it's important to lift up the fact that you guys are doing a really good job of this, and
Appreciate it.
watching it transfer from, you can see it transfer on a picket line when an Amazon worker and when an Amazon driver and a UPS driver are working similar routes and have seen each other as time, then the Amazon worker organizes, and then they're both standing together on a picket line for whatever is going on in that situation. To be able to witness that transformative situation is like it's like
awesome to
beautiful.
see. Yeah,
it's just
yeah,
audible.
exactly.
Yeah, because you're seeing it coalesce. You're seeing it all come together. You're seeing the industry as a whole recognize all its parts and how it's going to help each other, and that being the workers. And it's not just these are Amazon workers and these are UPS. No, we are all working people. We all walk the same dirt, and we all got to figure out how to help each other.
That's right.
Versus just, well, that's not my problem.
That's right.
That's what's gotten America in trouble. Is we've taken too much. Well, that's not my problem. I'm going to stay away. Versus
Selfishness.
That's selfishness. That's correct. The selfishness. You're going to say something, Chico?
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? That's why it's important to talk it up with your members, whether it's in front of the building at a Teamster Thursday, which we do regularly, right? Because everybody wants to be part of their union. They want ownership of it somehow, some way. Not every member can make it to a general membership meeting on a Sunday once a month, right? But there's plenty of other opportunities for them to be a part of the movement.
Yeah, the city council meeting, going to a picket line, right? Canvassing,
Right. Canvassing,
learning. Yep.
phone banking, right? It could be as simple as a yard sign in their front yard, right? Saying that we support Amazon workers. Every member can be a part of the movement some way, somehow. You got to talk to your members, right? Let them know how it affects their community, right? We're at the point where when we were growing up, everybody knew somebody that worked at UPS. Now everybody knows somebody that works at Amazon.
All right, I'm
so
back,
you
everyone.
can definitely have
That's a very powerful statement. You're 100% true. Recognizing that dynamic, and the difference is if you work for Amazon, you can't afford to buy a home in the neighborhood you're working and living in.
Correct.
And if you work for UPS, you can. So that transferring that evolution is not a good one. It's a bad one. That's a very good example.
Yeah, so everybody can be a part of it. Again, it could be a window sticker at a barber shop, right? Everybody knows a barber except for us. I know we don't use them. But with that
None
being
of us
said,
know about it.
Damn.
Except for Robert. Robert's the only one here that needs a barber. The rest of us do it ourselves.
but there's a way to organize. There's a way for every single member to organize.
As I told you, they all freshly shaved their heads by themselves this morning before they did the interview.
No, what I was going to say, it's interesting enough, and Chico carries most of the weight on organizing our own members to help organize an Amazon. But some of the interesting stuff that we, as a driver, I remember running into the FedEx driver, the postal driver, the DHL driver. Amazon wasn't around as heavy as it is now when I was a driver, but it's now you hear the drivers who run into the Amazon drivers, and that Amazon, when UPS was hiring, that Amazon driver would say, "Hey, can you get me a job at UPS?" But what we've cultivated and created and taught is, well, why don't you make Amazon better? Maybe I need a job at Amazon when I'm no longer at UPS, because the workers have the power to make their workplace better. UPS didn't just open the doors and it was like this. It was because of collective bargaining, collective working collectively, and the power that they have.
That's the one thing of convincing workers in that spot right there. You've already won this battle. It's whether or not you flip the switch. That's right. Literally, you're working there. You're in complete control of the operation. It's how you utilize that control. Once that clicks for workers, it's over. Once they realize they've got that power, it's such a beautiful thing to watch, especially like you said, as an organizer for more than 3 decades, witnessing that over and over again is just, you just don't get tired of it. There's always some new intricacy or situation or something that gets you all, giddy about it. The point is that workers in America have complete control. They are just giving it up right now. They're acquiescing that control, whether it's fear, misinformation, lack of information, not recognizing the support that's actually out there. And quite frankly, if you really break this down, let's use Amazon as an example. Those are terrible jobs. What have you got to lose? When you really break this, that's when I'm talking to an Amazon worker, the statistics tell me you're moving on pretty soon. Because it's 150% turnover in a 12-month period.
Yeah.
So statistics say you're moving on for a bunch of different reasons because it's not a good job. That's what Amazon wants you to do. They want you to move on. What you got to do is you got to teach them the opposite, which is, no, we want to stay and make this a decent job so that I can afford to buy a home in the neighborhood I'm delivering in. A UPS driver can afford to buy a home in almost any neighborhood they're delivering on. There's obviously exceptions to the rule at certain parts of the country, but those are exceptions to the rule. Most of the places that a UPS driver is delivering in, they can afford to buy a home in. But an Amazon driver can't afford to buy a home in any neighborhood they're
In
delivering.
any neighborhood,
in,
yeah.
in any part of the country.
Yeah.
That is an insane statement, all in of itself.
Yeah.
Well, the system is built like that. The model is built like that. When you get a job at Amazon, they make you believe you're only going to be here for a little while. They stick this. They have a way of getting into your brain. It's not a way. It's built in. It's a model. That's how they do it. You're only going to work here for a little while, so don't get comfortable.
So teaching them to capture that and flip the script and say, yeah, we're only going to be here a little while. So guess what? We're gonna use our power to make a difference, because as big as it is, that's their vulnerability.
That's exactly what it is.
That's their vulnerability.
And people don't think that model is not going to work at Amazon, but it really is. If you think about it,
If it goes unchecked, it'll work, and it'll continue to work
it'll
like it is now.
continue to work.
Right.
I had somebody tell me that's unsustainable. You can't. And I said, no, it's not. How many high school graduates
Every year, graduate.
high school graduates, how many of them a year? So it's a revolving door, and Amazon continues to build that model, and that's what we have to stop.
We got about 10 minutes left. Is there anything you want to talk about connected to this, Vic? You're in a lot of very important positions. You're one of the most influential individuals now in the organization. You and I have obviously got along, all these years, and a lot of people look to you as a leader. You got 9 minutes here. What do you?
I don't think 9
Anyone
minutes
say
is
something
gonna be
powerful?
enough. I don't think 9 minutes.
Oh my God.
Obviously, I just have the organizing background, and that's the big thing that I enjoy doing, and that's what we want to do. I mean, that is our responsibility as leaders. I know you press on your staff, your local union, to organize, and I want to take that and make it a model in the West. Being the largest joint council in the country, it does come with a lot of responsibilities. We have to maintain that size, and it's by organizing, it's talking to worker. I know we focus a lot on this show, not focus a lot, but the conversation in particular in this show was the examples of UPS, the examples of what the Amazon workers are doing, which are great examples, are great, but there's also the public sector.
Correct.
Which is growing in large numbers. It continues to grow, particularly here in the IE, in the LA area.
In 15 years in the Joint Council 42, we've grown the public sector by more than 25,000 members.
And
Wow.
it is huge. It is huge. And it's
Actually closer to 31,000.
It's happening across the board.
whole country, yeah.
It's I talked to Peter Finn, who's the director of the public sector, but I'm excited about that, building upon that. Every worker counts. It's obviously Amazon, we talk about it, but we talk about the solid waste division. I run one of the largest, or the largest, solid waste division locals in the country. We are putting program together to continuously grow on that when it comes down to city levels, and partnering up with you, just hey, Randy, what connections do you have? You run a big political program here in the IE. I know Robert helps out. He teams up with Sam and putting the right people in place, because what we gain in the bargaining table can be taken away
In a second.
in a second.
We witnessed it firsthand this last 15 months. Yep.
You've seen it. You've seen it, and it from the president of the country to the
mayor.
staffer
Yep.
at a city council meeting, and they are constantly going after us. They are constantly. So we just have to implement program. We have to. That is the maintenance that I see now, and I'm in charge of now, is how do we protect what we have, and not only protect it but grow it by twofold. Because we will grow this joint council. We are going to grow. We will organize workers.
I'll make damn
in
sure
the
of it.
West.
Yeah,
I mean,
they
I was going to ask,
sure
are you in?
They sure are.
Am I alive?
Right, exactly. But that's what we're going to do. Obviously, I want to thank Chico. He burdens a lot of the weight, and he talks to a lot of the business agents. I thank God I have a great staff at the local union. So implementing that and just trying to grow, and having partners like you, having partners, coalition partners, having partners to where they anybody who wants to take us on has that understanding. It's just I'm not just taking on the Randys of the world, because if you take him on, you're going to have the Victors of the world, you're going to have the Chicos of the world.
Yeah.
And this is what we have to do, because we are what labor is in the way of these billionaires just completely taking over. We are their last speed bump.
Yeah, they want to. It's crazy to see greed unchecked like this. So
Yep.
reminiscent of the late
Jeff
1800s,
Bezos.
early 1900s historically, when you see the super wealthy and greed being so unchecked like they are, and just their justification for things is you kind of like looking at it going, wow, and then you kind of see the average person falling for some of it, and you're scratching your head going,
Mind
Oh
boggling.
man, no. Like, this billionaire tax thing, I've had a lot of fun with it. Like, no one's given me a compelling argument to feel bad for the billionaires to have to pay a few extra bucks.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
Like the
No.
last one we got into was kind of a joke was let's assume the billionaire tax knocks you out of being a billionaire. And you're like
A millionaire.
Like,
Atrocious.
listen, I
Well,
mean,
there you
can
guys take away
anybody
that
say
yacht.
that with a straight face? Okay, like, okay, let's see if that actually happens, right? Like, first of all, I don't think it's going to happen to anybody, but if it did happen, like, what's the real ramification of those circumstances, right? Like,
That's
how did
stealing.
it affect
Don't you
your
know?
bottom line? Like, did you have to sell a house in the Hamptons? Like, what is it that is now missing in your life or in the circumstances? Like hearing all the rhetoric and the junk, it's hidden behind the greed that you see on this unprecedented level. It's up to us to check it. It's up to those of us in this space to be pressing through it and kind of saying, hey, everybody, pay attention. Don't lose focus on the real goal here. So my point to this is really about just narrative messaging, making sure we have the right programs, making sure we're building worker power, making sure we're communicating and agitating and organizing in the right way. And really appreciate you guys coming on the show.
Definitely. It's interesting enough because you talked about the billionaire initiative that's going on here in California. I love to hear when they're, you guys are just going to chase all of these successful people out of California.
Yeah,
And I said,
no.
you're probably
No,
right.
they're
We're going to
so
chase them out
dumb
of
when they
California.
say
They're going to
that.
go to a state. And guess what? They're not going to pay their fair share there. How dare we?
We're going to get chased out of there too, right? Well, and I got into this debate with someone last week on that right there, and I said, okay, let's assume 20% of them leave. I would rather tax the 80% that stay than not tax
Yeah.
any of them.
Yeah.
True.
Like,
Yeah.
where are we at when we're like, hello? Like,
But
okay, let's
we have
assume
people.
20% of
We have people. I had a professor, a PhD, certified political science professor, fully understanding international relations, tell me, yeah, Angelina, the billionaires are already leaving California. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Oh my God, she gets a free subscription, I think. Or I went to her office one time and she had all these Economist magazines, right? I'm like, clearly she's very well read on economics, global trade, American economy. Nah. They people who subscribe to this, oh my God, these billionaires are the most smartest people ever. That's how they got there. They're lying to themselves and they don't even know it. And it's so sad. So sad.
No, let's assume 30% of them leave, 50% of them leave. First of all, have you been on the freeway lately? It ain't like anybody's leaving California like they say it is on the news.
Yeah.
It's not any easier, right? And most importantly, if they are leaving, at least get out of the ones that are here and going to stay here enough to fill some of these shortfalls, because they got brakes on their jets and all their crazy extravagant things in the bill last year. And so we got about a minute and a half left, right? So thanks for coming on. Any closing words from let's start with you, Chico.
Just thank you for having us on, right? And Vic, thank you for allowing me to do the work I do. Randy, again, thank you for showing me and teaching me these how to move workers, right? Some of the things that you guys have taught me in the beginning, Vic, I thought was impossible, right? But it's possible. We're doing it.
I
We're
thought he
making
said he was
things
in
happen.
law
And,
school.
I mean, it's an honor. I know Vic mentioned a few times that I carry the burden, but
You can't take the whole minute and a half.
but it's an honor to be able to do this work. So thank you.
Thanks, Chico. Vic?
No, just thank you, Randy. Thank you your staff and the team. If you think we're doing stuff, hang on. We still got a little bit more to go.
That's right. We're building worker power in the Inland Empire. And the way we're building worker power is we're working together and we're educating workers and we're mobilizing them and agitating them. And we are doing it through our billboards, our buses, our radio show, and all the different platforms in which we're agitating workers to understand that they need to be under collective bargaining agreement. Longtime organizer, first-time radio host. This is the Worker Power with Randy Corgan and the Teamsters 1932 Broadcast Network, airing live from San Bernardino. Take it away.
Wow, what a beautiful little outro. When you actually have time to do the outro, Randy, perfect. All right, thank you, Randy Corrigan, and I forgot what this guy's Victor, and then Chico. Thank you guys for talking about that. Not as informative as I would have hoped, but maybe I wasn't paying attention very well either. So, Anyways, let's get into some more reading. We need some more meat and potatoes. Meat and potatoes. So yeah, I took the time out of my little school day to scan this book. We're gonna read it. I wanted to read the other chapters first, but nah. Yeah, y'all are gonna have to deal with me here. Okay. So this is chapter 3, Classical Political Sociology and Union Behavior by Glenn Perusek. I think that's how you say it. Perusek? Okay. A nice little a Polish name maybe? Hey, Started City Hack said subscribe and like the video, everyone. Thank you. If you're not subscribed, be sure to hit the subscribe button. And if you haven't liked the video already, hit that little thumbs up like button. It helps out a lot. All right. One of the themes of Grant McConnell's contemporary classic, Private Power and American Democracy, is the undemocratic character of quote-unquote private governments. Interest organizations, in other words, are not necessarily homogeneous between leaders and members. Leaders and members might very well have opposed interest. This is not a theme that pluralist political scientists were likely to develop. An important assumption of the pluralist or the interest group liberal perspective is precisely the democratic character of such groups. After all, large membership groups such as trade unions are precisely the organizations expected to act as a countervailing force to the concentrated economic powers of business and its organizations. If they are undemocratic in some systematic way, the whole pluralist cosmology might come apart. Interestingly, most critics of pluralism also tend to neglect the problems of leaders and members within union organizations. For those who seek a rejuvenated liberal labor alliance in American politics, it would hardly do to suggest that significant interest conflicts exist between trade union leaders and members. Wait, let me read that again. I confused myself. For those who seek a rejuvenated liberal labor alliance in American politics, it would hardly do to suggest that significant interest conflicts exist between trade union leaders and members. Okay, I still don't understand it. We'll just keep reading. Such considerations leads to a critical examination of the work of a very different analytical tradition, what can be called classical political psychology. A central theme of the work of Sidney and Beatrice Webb, Michels, Lenin, and Trotsky is that the interest of union leaders diverge from those members as soon as organizations achieve any stability and permanence. Sorry. They contend that union leaders are immutably conservative in the pursuit of union aims. Hold on, I need to look up what this word means. Immutably, I think that's how you say it. Immutably, comparative, more an immutable manner. In an immutably means acting or existing in a way that cannot be changed, altered, or modified over time. Okay, that makes sense. Immutably. Okay, so union leaders are immutably conservative in the pursuit of union aims. It will be argued that the broad position of these theorists is a salutary corrective. Hold on. It will be argued that the broad position of these theorists is a salutary corrective to the pluralist viewpoint. However, the categorical imperative of Oh my God, these words are very complex today. Michelism? No. Michelian? Michelian. I think that's how the Michelian position is too strong. The conservatism of the union bureaucracy is more contingent on economic and political circumstances than Michel and the others argued. Let me look this up real quick. What did you say? Yeah. Yeah, it's like a it's like a Trumpism, a Muskism. I'm pretty sure Machiavellian, Michelin. Oh my God, it came up as Michelin. Hold on, let me look up the dude's name. Oh yeah, Michelianism. Michel's. He's a. Oh my God, Michel's theorist. Union. I know. We'll look. We'll okay. This is barely in the first. Okay. Okay. Oh, Robert Michiels. There we go. That's his name. I just needed to just go to the next page. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. There you go. Look at. He's a German-Italian sociologist. Okay. Robert. Yeah. Michels. Michels? Whatever. He's a German. Michels, I think. Because, yeah, if Michelin is a German word, which I'm pretty sure it is, his name is just Michels. Okay. Was a German-born Italian sociologist who contributed to elite theory by describing the political behavior of intellectual elites. He belonged to the Italian school of elitism. He is known best for his book, Political Parties, published in 1911, which contains a description of the iron law of oligarchy. Michels was a friend and disciple of Max Weber. Okay, that's who was mentioned in this book. Oh no, that's Webb. Never mind, I'm dumb. Michels was born into Germany in 1876. He studied in England, Paris. Michels achieved international recognition for his historical and sociological study, zur Sociologie des the parties, right? Political parties, a sociological study of the oligarchical tendencies of modern democracy. In it, he presented the theory of iron law oligarchy. What is that? First developed. It asserts that rule by an elite or an oligarchic is inevitable as an iron law within any democratic organization as part of the tactical and technical necessities of the organization. Michel's theory states that all complex organizations, regardless of how democratic they are when started, eventually develop into oligarchies. Michel's observed that since no sufficiently large and complex organization can function purely as a direct democracy, power within the organization will always be delegated to individuals within that group, elected or otherwise. As he put in Political Parties, it is organization which gives dominion of the elected over the electors, who says organization, not our oligarchy. According to Michels, all organizations eventually come to be run by a leadership class which often functions as paid administrators, executives, spokespersons, or political strategist for the organization. Far from being servants to the masses, Michel argues this leadership class, rather than the organized membership, will inevitably grow to dominate the organization's power structures. All of these mechanisms can be used strongly to influence the outcome of any decision made democratically by... Okay. I think we get it. He became... Oof. Okay. He became an important ideologue of Benito Mussolini's fascist regime in Italy. Oh man. In 1911, Robert Michels argued that the socialist parties of Europe, despite their democratic ideology and provisions for mass participation, seemed to be dominated by their leaders, just like traditional conservative parties. Michel's conclusion was that the problem lay in the nature of organizations. The more liberal and democratic modern era allowed for the formation of organizations with novel and revolutionary goals, but as such organizations became more complex, they became less and less democratic and revolutionary. Interesting. All right, let's go back to this. Okay. However, the categorically imperative of Michelinism position is too strong. The conservatism of the union bureaucracy is more contingent on economic and political circumstances than Michels and others argued. Additionally, both pluralism and classical political sociology can be interpreted as offering functionalist explanations for the existence of bureaucratized unions. Collective action theory's intentionalist frameworks examined at the end of this chapter provides a stronger explanation because it focuses on the activity of the structurally constrained agents. All right, let's read about Sidney and Beatrice Webb. Sidney and Beatrice Webb were the first to analyze the impact of growing layers of full-time officers on union behavior in major studies. They termed the condition of unions before the advent of full-time officers primitive democracy. The members of each trade in general meetings assembled themselves, made the regulations, applied them to particular cases, voted the expenditure of funds, and decided on such action by individual members as seemed necessary for the common well. With no full-time officers delegated to handle the affairs of these early 19th century trade clubs, general meetings decided on businesses and conditions affairs for themselves. And conducted affairs for themselves. The Webbs argued that this basic democracy hindered efficiency as trade societies grew. For such organizations to survive, full-time officers were needed. They ascribed great importance to the setting apart of one man to do clerical work that destroyed the possibility of equal and identical service by all the members, and laid the foundation of a separate governing class. Once chosen for his post, the general secretary could rely with confidence, unless he proved himself obviously unfit or grossly incompetent, on being annually reelected. Yeah. And chat, you will see soon. I'm still working on editing the video. I did an interview with Teamsters 1932's president, and it's funny enough, their union, that local, does not have term limits on their president. So ideally, in a weird scenario, technically she could be keep getting reelected over and over again. But there is an argument, like she said, and we'll have to get into that later. But, just like with the rest of America and other democracies, if you don't participate, then it becomes susceptible to just being run by a few who do participate. So anyways, yeah, it is a very interesting thing to see that there has been studies, or at least research done on the politics of unions and how the difference between, or how you almost lose a little bit of class consciousness once you become a union organizer or administrator, right? To participate in the union, you need to have full-time clerical workers. Okay, this passage contains two important ideas. First, the apparently innocuous act of delegating a single member as a full-time clerical worker was profoundly important. Nothing less than the establishment of a quote-unquote separate governing class was foretold. Second, upon elections, the full-time officer became a permanent fixture, even though he had to face annual electoral competition. Why? For one reason, the new clerical officer rapidly developed administrative skills that made him indispensable. The Webbs point to the cotton industry, where mountains of precise paperwork were required. So taxing were these duties that cotton worker societies developed competitive examinations to screen potential secretaries. In short, the officer's special skills were beyond the average worker's capacity. Organizational efficiency bade unions to choose the most able among them to serve as secretary. It would not do to rotate such a position, but more importantly, the full-time general secretary possessed considerable resources to effect his permanence. I mean, if he's now running, he is now getting the experience that he could back up, right? He's now having a little bit more time and has a lot more face time with all of his members. In a society with only a single full-time officer, that officer could publicize his name more widely than anyone else. Although the Webbs did not put it in this language, the membership of such unions had a collective action problem when confronted with the full-time secretary's power. Only the grossest malfeasance aroused the membership sufficiently to depose an official. Okay, so I'm thinking they're saying that if someone did something like super bad, then people were like, we got to kick this person out. Thus, the annual election of the general secretary by popular vote, far from leading to frequent rotation for office, has, in fact, invariably resulted in permanence of tenure exceeding even that of English civil servants. Hilarious. Internal elections between candidates with unequal resources resulted in entrenchment of power. Such permanence in office of a differentiated governing class was not, in itself, cause for concern. But the Webb showed that full-time officers' interests were necessarily at variance with their members. In an amalgamated society, in the amalgamated, I need to look up what that word is. I've heard it, but I don't know what it means. Yeah. Amalgamated is the past tense of amalgamate, acting both as a verb and an adjective. It means to combine, merge, or unite two or more distinct entities. Okay, that makes sense. In the amalgamated society wishes, the Webbs rejected them because they would not be competent to supervise full-time officers. The full-timers devoted their entire energies to the union's business. A body of tired workers meeting in the evening after a full days of work could not be sufficiently familiar with these affairs to criticize and supervise full-time secretaries' policies and proposals. These same constraints doomed the efforts of periodic conventions of the working members. The opposite problem plagued full-time executives. While competent to supervise the work of full-time administrators, such bodies would lose touch with rank-and-file attitudes. Popular elections of all salaried officers brought its own problems. In contrast to Seymour Martin Lipset, Seymour Martin Lipset, SML, a leading post-World War II American pluralist, the Webbs commented that the annual elections led salaried officers' tenure to be more permanent than that of English civil servants. And they dismissed mere elections as a means of popular control. Salaried officers could manipulate the resources of their positions to enhance their popularity, and so electoral contests between full-time officers and rank-and-file members could not be equal. There you go. The full-time officer could spend more time campaigning and could use his office to put his name before the entire union. The member could not. Additionally, the popular election of all salaried officers led them to be uncritical of each other. Salaried officers would naturally be indisposed to risk their offices by appealing against their official superior to the uncertain arbitrament. Hold on. We will learn. This is the stream where we do not shame anyone for not knowing how to say words, because I am the number one person who does not know how to read.
Arbitrament. Arbitrament
refers to the act of settling a dispute through an impartial it's okay. Thank you. Through a third party. Okay. Full-time officers became absorbed in a conspiracy of silence. None wished to risk his own position by criticizing one of his fellows and appealing to the membership. With the Webbs charged true representatives with three duties: to reflect the wishes of membership, to oversee the full-time civil service of the union, and to formulate organizational policy. In attempting to fulfill all three functions simultaneously, union representatives ran up against a contradiction. The Webbs argued that full-time professionals would lose the ability to reflect accurately their electors' will, but the alternative, worker delegates to a convention or similar body, was no better. While such delegates could fulfill the first duty of genuine representation, they could not carry out the other two. Worker delegates could not stand on equal ground with professional functionaries in policy formulation and could not criticize the functionaries' activities. Either the representative is a professional who can oversee salary officers and formulate policy but not reflect the electorate's will, or he can reflect the will but not oversee officers and formulate policy. Interesting. All right. Robert Michel's Political Party is probably the best known study within classical political psychology of the internal politics of large membership organizations. It has been widely influential, in particular on American pluralist writers who interpret Michel's to be a defender of democracy. To Lipset, for example, Political Parties warns that even the most avowed democratic organizations can succumb to the disease of oligarchism. But this abstracts this work from Michel's political evolution. To fully understand political parties, it is necessary to place it within the context of Michel's political trajectory. Political parties occupied a transition phase for Michel's from revolutionary syndicalism to fascism. Until 1907, an active member of the German Social Democratic Party, the SPD, Michel's wrote extensively on the international press of the Michel's wrote extensively in the international press of the Second International. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm reading in circles. Let me do a little cartoon. Okay. Michel's wrote extensively in the international press of the Second International. Okay, whatever. He was a left-wing critic of the SPD conservatism, but from inside the organization attempting to reform its policies and activities. Michel's wrote political parties only after he abandoned this project as hopeless. The work contained analytical elements Michel's developed while an active SPD member, but it also provides his justification for abandoning socialist politics. The theme throughout is that truly democratic large-scale organizations are unachievable, largely because of the quote-unquote incompetence of the masses. Isn't that true? To govern themselves. A logical conclusion of arguing that large organizations were a necessary feature of modern society, but could not be self-governing, was Michel's drift to fascism after World War I. Man, that's a trending theme that I'm starting to see with all of these people. Did y'all know, I just watched this video yesterday, and I just found out yesterday. Did y'all know that the extreme conservative justice of the Supreme Court, Clarence Thomas, used to be a devout follower of Malcolm X? I know, is absolutely crazy. He was a black radical who then turned into a black conservative. Absolutely crazy. Somewhere along the way, all of these people who think about these things, I don't know, we could call it being black-pilled, definitely, because I think that's what it is they just get so black-pilled about their world, and then they just flip a switch in their mind and then just go the other way. And like, yeah, we had Justice Clarence Thomas, like literally he's removing the Voting Rights Act for black people. He's a black person and he's removing it. And he used to be a radical, but because he found out that he got affirmative actioned into Yale, he was all of a sudden, my degree doesn't count because they only gave it to me because I was a black man. They took away my prospects. They took away my humanity. Brother, you still graduated from Yale. You still did the work. What the hell? You did it. But nah, in his mind, it's affirmative action. Let me take a sip of water here. Stated briefly, Michel's thesis in political parties is this: democracy is the self-rule of the masses of workers. This must be based on small, face-to-face groups. But modern society requires that workers combine in large organizations. Self-rule is impossible in these large organizations for reasons technical, psychological, and material. The tendency to conserve oligarchy is a universal phenomenon in modern society. In earlier writings, Michel attempted to understand SPD conservatism by reference to particular historical and national circumstances. Now, he argued that the tendency to oligarchy subsumed all factors. It was present in every large organization. Michel's elevated the tendency to oligarchism to the status of universal law. The very strength of modern organizations spelled the demise of democracy. What caused oligarchy? ? The incompetence of the masses is almost universal throughout the domains of political life, and this constitutes the most solid foundation of the power of the leaders. Incompetence furnishes the leaders with a practical and, to some extent, with a moral justification. Since the rank and file are incapable of looking after their own interest, it is necessary that they should have experts to attend to their affairs. I mean, I don't disagree. I don't file my own taxes because, taxes are hard to understand. That's why so many people get a tax preparer, or they have an accountant, they have a lawyer because they have so much legal things to deal with. It makes sense. Okay, let's continue. Otherwise, I will go down the route of conservatism again. Psychological factors affecting the masses and leaders alike were central to Michel's explanations of the rise of oligarchy. The masses were apathetic and had a weakness for spectacle. The masses were apathetic and had a weakness for spectacles. Donald Trump created one of the most greatest spectacles of all time. Great orators hypnotize them. The orator developed a greatly expanded ego corresponding to his actual fame. Thus developed a cultural separation between leaders and members in modern organization. Formal education was the first element of the separation, but other members of the quote-unquote political class affected the new leader, even if he was originally of working class origin. Here, Michel's trots a fine line between offering a social explanation for the union bureaucracy's behavior based upon interests that separated it from rank and file under cruder psychological examinations of the effects of leadership on the individual leaders. Michel's did not so much argue that union leaders developed interests distinct from those of the mass of members. Rather, leaders presumptuously identified their own individual interest with those of the organization. Is this kind of like the typical thing we have when a populist wins, when a populist executive wins? They go around thinking that they have this quote-unquote mandate by the people because they think that they were overwhelmingly elected. They say they have a mandate to enact what the people want. No, homie, that's just your own ego. That is just your own ego. Whether it be Donald Trump, Evo Morales, AMLO, they all do that same thing. You don't have a mandate, brother. You just got popularly elected. That's it. All right. What was good for the leader was good for the organization. So, that's not always true. What's good for Donald Trump is not good for, it's not what is good for the rest of America. Most of the political parties conceived of union and party bureaucracy conservatism as based on mass psychology. The incompetence of the masses, their gratitude to leadership, and the effect of the leadership process on individual leaders. Throughout political parties, the tendency towards conservative bureaucracy was immutable. For Michel's, there appears to be no force that arrests this development, and no circumstances under which the bureaucracy would be anything but conservative. Note the difference between this unequivocal stance of that of Lipset. For Lipset, the union bureaucracy exists only as an unchallenged political machine, while for Michel's, it was an immutable tendency of all large-scale organizations. The structural trend towards the differentiation of leaders from members and the subordination of the latter to the former. God, this book is so complex. The existence of elections would hardly have impressed Michel's that the iron law of oligarchy had been refuted. Hey, DV8, welcome in. Good to see all the kitty in the boxes. Hope you are doing well. All right, it looks like we're gonna do some communist reading now. No, I'm just kidding. Well, nope. We're doing Marxist reading. Hey, Bishonen in a box. It's good to see everyone's here. It's just me. It's me as SpongeBob when he's trying to not go out and get all the germs, and he makes his little friends on his fingers. I got Stardust City Hag, Bishonen in a box, Deviate. The gang's all here. This is me right now. SpongeBob with that weird crooked smile, like, oh, the gang's all here. The face, yes, I know. Here we go. We'll watch the clip. Do not copy strike.
What am I worried about? I got plenty of friends. I can name 3 right off the bat. The gang's all here. Oh!
What'd you say? Yeah. The gang's all here. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm glad to see all of you in chat. Thank you for being here. Tag yourself. I'm the middle finger. Wait, here we go. There we go. Bishonen in a box. Start a city hag. Deviate. All right. Enough of that. Back to Lenin and Zinoviev. Hold on, we gotta look up this man's name. Oh man, he's an old Bolshevik. Grigory, Yevishevik? Yevishevik, Zinoviev. Where has that guy been? He's chairman of the Communist International. Okay, well, I just need to know how to say his name. Zinoviev pronunciation. Oh.
Zinoviev.
Zinoviev. There we go.
Zinoviev.
Wow, it even gives you the lips.
Zinoviev.
Zinoviev. One more time.
Zinoviev. Zinoviev.
Okay, I'm sorry. Zinoviev. Okay. Lenin and Zinoviev. The writings of Lenin/Zinoviev during World War I were far superior to any Marxist writing on the union movements of that time. Zinoviev acknowledged the Webb's original 1890 contribution on the British labor movement. Like Michel's, Lenin and Zinoviev concluded that the bureaucratization, there's like 20 letters in that word, the bureaucratization of unions was a universal tendency. The failure of parties and unions associated with the Second International to oppose World War I forced Lenin and Zinoviev to generalize from British experience. The shorthand for this problem was, quote, what caused the conservatism of the German Social Democratic Party? Zinoviev argued that there were 3 related causes of the SPD's conservatism: the rise of union bureaucracy, the influence of the petty bourgeois in the party. Well, here it says petty. Petty. I know. I would imagine it's similar to like petty cash, right? So, the influence of the petty bourgeois in the party and the influence of the labor aristocracy. That is, the thin layer of skilled and well-paid workers from which the bureaucracy drew most of its members. Let us take these in turn. Lenin and Zinoviev's wartime writings argued that the union bureaucracy is a social layer above the working class as a whole. They no longer conceive the disputes between reformists and revolutionaries as purely political. Now the relatively privileged position of union officials constituted the social roots of this divide. Of course, revolutionaries still had the task of politically convincing the majority of workers that capitalism was not in their interest and that workers' self-activity would be necessary to transform the society. But the union bureaucracy had a material interest in arguing against such a transformation, for it would eliminate their distinct social role, negotiating between capitalists and workers, and thus ruin their material privilege. Interesting. Classical political psychology, sociology, and union behavior. Zinoviev distinguished between the subjective beliefs of the officials and their objective social role. He strove to distinguish the labor's bureaucrats' interest from those of the working class as a whole. The war proved, from the officials' perspective, that workers did not have the international and homogeneous interest that the Second International had previously proclaimed. Instead, workers fell in behind their own governments and capitalist classes. This confronted the bureaucrats with a dilemma: remain with the principles of the International and face the wraths of those they represented, who were now in the main marching off to war, or go along with the workers. The bureaucracy's social position, institutionally strong but still not strong enough to resist the government's war drive, was vividly illustrated here. Thus, the Lenin-Zinoviev writings relate the organizational power of the union bureaucracy to wider political conflicts in a way that the Webbs and Michel did not. Okay, that's a little bit confusing. Bear with me here. Zinoviev and Lenin wrote that the German government understood the usefulness of the union bureaucracy in stabilizing their rule under certain circumstances. Yes, of course. Thus, they conceived of a bureaucracy as a social caste between workers and employers. Its prime function was to negotiate, and any actions from either side that would upset that function, threaten the very existence of the bureaucracy itself, would have to be opposed by the bureaucracy. A workers' uprising against the government and employers would upset this relationship and so would be opposed by the officials regardless of their ideological commitments. Likewise, employers and the government could threaten to outlaw union organizations, motivating the officials to favor the war to preserve their organizations. Interesting. It is thus with the writings of Lenin and Zinoviev that Marxists first comprehended the Janus-faced position of the union bureaucracy as a caste with contradictory apparent loyalties between the major social classes. Alongside this analysis of the union bureaucracy, Lenin and Zinoviev contended that the influence of the petty bourgeois conservatized the SPD. Zinoviev's prime example of the petty bourgeois influenced in this SPD is somewhat comical. Innkeepers in parliament. That's his example. His example is innkeepers in parliament. Okay. In 1912, 12 of the 110 SPD Reichstag deputies were innkeepers. I know, this Reichstag, I don't know what that means. I know it's a German word. But I don't know what it means. Reichstag. The word Reichstag has two primary meanings. It refers to the historical German parliament and the iconic historical building in Berlin where today's Germany government meets. Okay. So the Reichstag is like Congress? That's what I'm getting? Okay. In 1912, 12 of the 110 SPD Reichstag deputies were innkeepers. In the critical moments of history, it is the petty bourgeois and not the proletarian tendencies in the societal democracy that will win the upper hand. Let's read that again. I'm so sorry, chat. We are struggling with all these words, but we are getting it. Okay. In the critical moments of history, it is the petty bourgeois and not the proletarian tendencies in the social democracy that win the upper hand. Okay, so he's saying that the petty bourgeois have more of a chance, I guess. Or, okay, in critical moments of history, in critical moments of history, it tends to be the petty bourgeois and not the workers that get the upper hand in these situations. Okay. But Zenoviv never explained how the petty bourgeois articulated its influence over the party. In any event, this was a secondary part of his and Lenin's explanation for party and union conservatism. More central was the contention that a quote-unquote labor aristocracy stood alongside the union bureaucracy in conservatizing the SPD. The worker functionaries very often hail from the circle of labor aristocracy. The labor bureaucracy and the labor aristocracy are blood brothers. The group interest of one and of the other very often coincide. Interest conflicting was not between the labor bureaucracy and the working class, but between the labor bureaucracy and the aristocracy together against the rest of the working class. The union bureaucracy's rise was intimately bound up with the victory of the narrow group interest of the relatively small group of labor aristocrats over the genuine interest of the mass of workers. This argument rested upon a conception of imperialism that contended that advanced countries extracted quote-unquote super profits from backwards countries, and from these quote-unquote threw crumbs to a thin layer of skilled workers, the labor aristocracy. This layer of privileged workers that had an objective material interest in imperialism, its support for the war stemmed from the advantage it derived from imperialism. Only one layer of the working class benefited. It would be false to believe that the magnanimity, another word we got to look up. No, magnanimity.
Magnanimity.
Magnanimity is the virtue of being large-minded, noble, and extremely generous. Okay, today we learned. Okay, it would be false to believe that the magnanimity of the British capitalist was extended in equal measure to the entire working class. Yeah, no. I would imagine that the British capitalist would not be generous at all. No. With these crumbs, they bought off mainly the upper stratum of the working class, the labor aristocracy. Thus, reformists and supporters for war stood on comic economic bias, the interest of a thin crust of privileged workers, and of the petty bourgeois who defended their privileged positions, their rights to some modicum of profits that their own national bourgeois obtained from robbing other nations, from the advantages of the great power status, etc. The argument rested on the conception of privileged workers' interest. I think we're starting to get this. Lenin and Zinoviev combined the aristocracy of labor argument with the theoretical conception of union bureaucracy because they wanted to account for political backwardness of organized workers in the most advanced capitalist countries. By 1914, it was clear that American and British unionists were not necessarily politically more advanced than those of Central, Southern, and Eastern Europe. The labor aristocracy argument was a way to explain the apparently anomalous development of the relatively conservative workers' movement, where workers had exhibited enough class consciousness, solidarity, and self-confidence to organize strong economic organizations. There is good reason to distinguish these two arguments. The labor aristocracy argument ran up against fairly strong empirical refutation in the aftermath of World War I. It cannot account for the role that skilled workers played in the 1916 through 1923 revolutionary upsurge that swept Europe, but its idea of union officials as negotiators between classes was generalizable to other cases beyond the original problem situation in which it was advanced. Finally, Lenin developed a stronger argument that, coupled with the theory of the union bureaucracy, accounted in a superior fashion for much of the course of the interwar labor movements in the advanced industrial societies, the theory of revolutionary party. Lenin and Trotsky conceived of a revolutionary party as an organization of the most far-seeing and class-conscious section of the working class, able to lead workers in struggle. They thought it was an indispensable instrument of workers' revolutionary struggle. Where such a mass party was absent, the working class would remain under the sway of reformist organizations and leaders. In such places, the union bureaucracy, with a material interest in maintaining its own negotiatory role within democratic capitalism, would have a relatively free hand to operate. This seems like a superior way of accounting for the failure of revolutionary upheavals in Europe after World War I. Okay, that was kind of a confusing section, but maybe if we keep reading, we'll get it. Trotsky's writings of the 1920s and 30s. Trotsky's essential contribution to the classical conception of union bureaucracy was his analysis of its behavior under conditions of economic contraction. Under economic stability or expansion, Trotsky thought the bureaucracy could maintain itself as a significant independent political force. Since union leaders could not continue to win wage and working condition improvements, they would remain legitimate to their members. But economic crisis eroded the material basis for such reforms, or for such reformism. Now employers and the state would slash workers' living standards to restore profit rates. Unions could either be transformed into revolutionary organizations implacably opposed to capitalism, or become the economic police of capital, working to aid the intensification of the exploitation of the working class. This quote-unquote policing role would be particularly important in the conditions of economic crisis. Trotsky suggested that the union bureaucracy was the crucial factor in stabilizing political democracy under capitalism in economic crisis. The union bureaucracy is unique among the institutional supporters for democratic capitalism in its great prestige and organizational resources to influence workers. It subsumes large segments of the working class into the system, ideologically and organizationally. These unions are a crucial instrument for enforcing austerity on the working class. Interesting. Very interesting that unions would be partnering in helping make things harder for the working class. Why? Simply to keep their status as, in that role. Interesting. Okay, we'll keep learning. The French Popular Front in the mid-1930s confirmed this argument. Union leaders, many of them Communist Party cadres? Let me look up what cadres means, because this is the first time I've ever heard it. It's like Padres, but with a C. Cadres, a small core group of specifically trained or educated personnel whom form the foundation of a larger organization, business, or movement. Interesting. Okay. Many of them Communist Party cadres served capital by reining in the spontaneous workers' movement. They acted as a mask for capitalism and its politicians, shielding them from workers' wraths. This forestalled the necessity of using force against the strikers, which could well have exacerbated the situation. However, in serving the capitalist in this crisis situation, the Popular Front exhausted its raison d'etre. Hold on, we're going to look up this French word right now. We are going to learn French. Raison d'etre? Raison d'etre? What does that mean? Oh, reason to be. Interesting. Raison d'etre. Oh, wait, let's hear it.
Raison d'etre.
Oh, d'etre? Okay. That's the English way. Raison d'etre is a French phrase that translates reason for being or reason to exist. That's so cool. I love French. Okay, so the Popular Front exhausted its reason to be so that a year later it could be dispensed with. Wow. Politically, the union bureaucracy was interested in the maintenance of bourgeois democracy, for its social function was dependent on the continued existence of class antagonism and the possibility of negotiatory solutions to the clash between labor and capital. Authoritarian capitalism would outlaw the unions or incorporate them into the state, destroying their independent role. Working class revolution would do away with bargaining over wages and conditions, thus also making the union leaders superfluous. Thank you. Since the union bureaucracy had a corporate interest in the maintenance of the bourgeois democracy, employers and bourgeois democratic politicians thus have an important commonality of interest with the union officials. The experience of Germany, Austria, and Italy suggests that in the 1930s, the old bourgeois democratic social equilibrium was increasingly impossible for the advanced societies. Trotsky demeaned rising international economic competition and heightened domestic class conflict to be fundamental features of advanced political economies of the 1930s. A parliament became irrelevant as a political factor. Classes would increasingly confront each other in open arenas rather than through the mediation of parliament. Half measures and compromises could not provide lasting solutions. Economic crisis was eroding the very basis for capitalist democracy. The capitalist democracies were faced with contradictions soluble only by revolutionary or counter-revolutionary measures. Centrifugal centrifugal pressures were ripping the advanced democracies apart. Under such circumstances, reformist political institutions, especially the unions, would increasingly have their base cut from beneath them. Union officials, under conditions of economic decline, could remain independent of the state for only so long. Partly, this was a result of raw economic forces. Falling profit rates forced individual capitalists to rationalize production. Labor cost especially had to be slashed, eventually necessitating an all-out attack on the union bureaucracy itself. As the attack came from a highly centralized and powerful capitalist increasingly fused with the state itself, doesn't that sound familiar? Elon Musk and the United States. The union leadership was unlikely to be able to resist. Unions would soon be transformed into institutions of the state themselves, functioning to enforce new, worsened terms on their members. Trotsky thus portrayed the unions as institutions that save themselves, would efficiently represent the interest of capital in the labor movement. Oh, wait. Trotsky thus portrayed the unions as institutions that, to save themselves, would effectively represent the interest of capital in the labor movement. That's crazy. Deviate said Elon Musk. That's crazy. But I mean, I guess this organization needs to have continued, well, not continued, but at least it's there to mediate, or at least to help mediate conversations between employees and employers. Yeah, that's crazy. If it's always going to pop up, if unions are always going to pop up, as a business person, you would want the union to be in your favor. And that's what HR is. That's why so many people think HR is there for them. No, HR is there to protect the employer. Okay. The union leaders would struggle in futility to free the state from the employer's powerful influence. The trend to incorporation of the unions into the state and for the unions to represent the interest of the capitalist class were, for Trotsky, universal. Again, the bureaucracy's ideological views seem to be entirely secondary. The parameters of this union behavior were determined by some economic trends and by their special social position as a negotiatory stratum. God damn, so many new words. Stratum? Negotiatory stratum between classes. If reformist unions refused to serve capital, they would be transformed into revolutionary unions, utterly opposed to capitalism or swept away by the rising tide of fascism. Reformist unions, like stable political democracies, were a thing of the past. The bureaucracy's function as a negotiatory layer between the classes predisposed it to subvert mass actions, such as the 1926 British general strike or the wave of sit-in strikes in France in 1936. Trotsky argued that regardless of the bureaucracy's formal politics, it was forced to oppose militant action. Left-wing officers would speak militantly only until obliged to translate militancy into action. The union bureaucracy as a whole functioned to hold workers back from militant struggles. Militant mass action that challenged the very foundations of the government itself threatened to unleash elemental, uncontrollable forces in the working class. To union officials, it was tantamount to wrecking the union movement, since it would supersede their negotiations and compromise with employers and the state. Although highly suggestive, Trotsky unfortunately did not draw many of the logical implications of his analysis. He suggested that the Union bureaucracy's conservatism, while rooted in quote-unquote reactionary ideology notions in British political conditions, was determined by its social function as a negotiator. But Trotsky appeared to have overplayed the independent role of ideological factors. If the bureaucracy's social role was such a strong determinant of its behavior, then its backward ideology must have been secondary. In addition, Trotsky probably misassessed the degree of revolutionary consciousness among European workers in the 1920s and 30s. Nor did Trotsky confront one important implication of his analysis, how it bore into the labor aristocracy argument. It appears that the bureaucracy should be considered as distinct from the skilled, highly paid workers. Economic decline would force the bureaucracy to attack this aristocracy in particular. Union members' wages would be cut along those with the rest of the working class. There is no reason to believe any section of workers would be exempt from such an attack by the employers. Finally, Trotsky's, I'm not even trying to pronounce this word. We're going to just search it. Epigrammatic. That's probably means something. It means, sounds like pragmatic, but okay.
Epigrammatic.
Epigrammatic describes a statement, writing style, or joke that is remarkably short, concise, and clever.
Epigrammatic.
Epigrammatic, okay. Okay, finally, Trotsky's epigrammatic, quote-unquote, either-or choice for the bureaucracy under conditions of economic decline does not specify the precise form of incorporation of the bureaucracy into the mechanism of the state. Oh, sorry. See you later, DVA. It's okay. The AI voice thing is Google pronouncing words for me. But it's good to have you in here. Okay, collective action theory. Classical political sociology portrayed the development of a layer of salaried full-time officers whose interests were necessarily at odds with those of their members. For Michel, the union bureaucracy was immutably conservative. For Trotsky, it worked towards the stabilization of capitalist democracy, particularly in the economic and political crises of the 20s and 30s. Interestingly, pluralism and classical political sociology share a mode of explanation. The behavior of union leadership is stable over time and functional for democracy under capitalism. There are both empirical and theoretical problems with this account. Empirically, the union bureaucracy does not appear to be as immutably conservative as Michelian's thesis would have us believe. In the 1890s, across Western Europe and North America, militant union action. In the 1980s, militant union action was often initiated by leaders of bureaucratized. Thank you. Jesus. So many isms. Oh my God. Okay, bureaucratized unions. Okay. In the 1980s, across Western Europe and North American, militant union action was often initiated by leaders of bureaucratized unions, not by restless rank and file. It appears that the conservatism of union bureaucracy is more contingent on economic and political factors than Michel's allowed. Theoretically, functionalist explanations in general have recently come under attack. Elster argues that Marxist influenced sociology, in particular, argues in weak functionalist terms. In Marxist writings on education, bureaucracy, and indeed on most topics where there seems to be an implicit regulative idea that every institution or behavioral pattern in capitalist society serves as the interest of capitalism and is maintained because it serves those interests. Such explanations are wrong based upon the analogy of biology. I don't even know what the hell I just read there. That's okay, though. One way to account for the often contradictory behavior of the union bureaucracy and to counter the tendency to argue in functionalist terms is to cast an explanation of the union bureaucracy's behavior in explicitly intentionalist terms. This entails emphasizing those elements in classical political sociology that focuses on the aims of particular actors within the outside unions and applying elements of collective action theory to the strategic problems that these actors have within bureaucratized unions. Oh my God, let me take a break there. Jeez. The rise of bureaucratized unions can be seen as a result of set of choices made by different actors, processes that crystallized the interest division between union members and leaders and fostered bureaucratic powers resulted from the unintended outcomes of international action. For example, in the CIO unions, militants fought for full-time committeemen and the dues check off as the organizational security measures. Unfortunately, they also became measures that insulated leaders from members. Political factionalism, the systematic struggle for elected leadership positions, fosters union democracy, but individual leaders or factions are interested in eliminating factionalism to safeguard their own power. This too furthered bureaucratism. Oh my God. Okay, we gotta take a break. I'm not learning how to read these. I'm just sucking at reading these words. Okay. You know what? Let's watch this.
We have
Sorry, we're on Randy Corrigan kick today, but this is something else we haven't seen. This lady, historian and author Victoria Grieve, to discuss her new book, Labor Journalism, Labor Feminism. Let's listen to it.
Victoria Grieve. She's a professor of history at Utah State University.
Utah.
We talked
Dude, I
about
love
this earlier.
her hair.
How we
Hold on. Big shout out to her beautiful white, wavy, curly hair. I love it. This is the hair I want to have in the future. Okay, I'm going to go use the restroom again. We're going to put this at 1.25, and then I will be right back.
We got you on the show. Apparently someone on our team was listening to something else, reached out. You said you'd jump on our show. This is the Worker Power Hour, and we're glad to have you on. Appreciate you coming on. We got some really cool stuff to discuss. Would you like to take a quick minute and introduce yourself?
Sure, yeah. Victoria Grieve, thanks so much for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here. As you said, I've been at Utah State for over 20 years, and I teach U.S. history here to graduates and undergraduates. And yeah, it's a real pleasure. I love my job, and I've been trying to introduce my students to more labor history over the past few years. You know,
being a labor history professor and actually having the last name of Grieve, did you change your name?
No, I didn't.
That's great. I know I mispronounced it when I first introduced you. If I would have realized it was actually Grieve, I would have been like, man, this is cool. Talk about landing exactly where your name is. That's pretty cool stuff.
That's right.
So what are you working on there? I hear you want to talk a little bit about kind of some history in labor. I love the history of labor. Clearly, not enough of it has been told. Clearly, the real story of labor has not really made it into the mainstream. And I've always been fascinated to watch
individuals that are getting involved in the labor movement and are relatively intelligent, they're or intellectual is a better way. They're an intellectual person, and how much labor history they've lacked, and then watch how fast they shift the way they looked at things once they learn real labor history, because so much of it is missing. So many of the important details have been extracted purposely by corporate America to obviously have a different narrative of what unions and labor is all about. But, I really appreciate you coming on the show, and I really appreciate the subject. Really looking forward to having a conversation about the history of labor and what do you think is the most important thing to talk about kind of in that space, and what listeners and what members, workers should understand when it comes to labor history?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. You made a really good point. I think we call it, in the history world, we call it a usable past, right? And I think that's really important for any sort of a social movement, is to understand your roots and what's been done before, and where your movement came from and what it's accomplished in the past, especially for movements whose history have been so silenced, um, as the labor movement have. So, the thing about labor journalism that I find so interesting is we often talk about the newspapers being that first version of history. And so when labor newspapers themselves are marginalized, a really important history is lost at the same time. So that's one of the things I really wanted to think about with this book, is whose voices were being heard, and how labor journalism really amplifies the voices of workers. It's really important to shape public discourse and to have a worker's perspective out there and heard.
And
And
there
it
was,
used to be
yeah, there
far
was
more than it is today.
there was a time when every newspaper had a labor section in it, for the point that you're actually, you're saying right now. Obviously, since the media doctrine has been crushed, and all these things have changed, where corporate America now owns all aspects of media for the most part, that labor voice has obviously been purposely punched out. But if you just look back, not very far, you're right. Labor had this very strong voice and had its section in every newspaper and every newsletter in America.
Yeah, for sure. And so there's a bit of a hopeful story there, right? So the Federated Press, which is this, I call it the labor's version of the Associated Press. It was a press service, and it was founded in 1919 during that huge wave of post-World War I strikes, because the mainstream newspapers were not putting labor's perspective into the story during those strikes. And so the labor leaders and the union leaders and some political activists got together and said, hey, we need to do better getting our voices out. And so that's how this labor organization was originally created. And they created a vast network of ways to disperse news to labor newspapers, and really built that up really until McCarthyism in the 1950s kind of began to shut down those voices. So we've been sort of pushed to the side again. My silver lining, hopefully, is that those voices will again be amplified. The internet, it's possible to do it through the internet. You could be siloed, but I think the internet could also be used to the benefit of labor.
And to that point, that's why we're doing the Worker Power Hour. Like, we're literally trying to in today's modern technology and today's tools, today's way of amplifying message, narrative, news, information, we're doing exactly what you just said in our small version from this small little corner. And I think that labor needs to do more of exactly this, to do exactly what you just said, because it is hopeful to read those challenges from let's say the late 1800s and early 1900s, and then how people got together and recognized how to get labor's voice heard collectively, and and articulate the message that every person in America could relate to, because everybody was working hard, and also make sure that we had a piece of the argument, that workers got a piece of the pie. And so all we're doing is, I'm just stealing an idea from 100 years ago that seemed to work, just using a modern flair. And I sincerely appreciate you coming on the show to literally help us validate that effort. As a labor leader, I think it's really important for us to make sure that the general public and our members, as well as potential members, all get to hear and understand things from our perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. And the labor press, and I'm sure what you do, they amplified labor's voice, but it also did so much more in terms of creating community. Labor newspapers advertised summer camps and auxiliary work and movies and social events and concerts from a worker perspective. And so not only are we just talking about kind of dry, dusty union news, right, but also this really strong, vibrant community that was working class history in the early to mid 20th century. And that's been lost for all kinds of reasons. But I do think shows like yours and other sorts of labor media can do more to kind of create that vibrant community again, despite the obstacles.
What drew you to study this era? And what drew you to study it? Like what drew you in to then kind of, obviously agitate that space?
Well, I guess it's kind of a long version, but 20 years ago or so, I was looking into a different project, and I came across a woman named Julia Rutia. She was a real spark plug. She was a labor activist in Portland, the Pacific Northwest, and in the early 30s, she started working for the International Woodworkers Association. She wrote for the Timber Worker, their newspaper. And she was also the president of the Union Auxiliary, the first auxiliary for that union. And she used both of those positions to kind of amplify the work that women were doing. This is before the CIO was created, but she used her position in the auxiliary and as a journalist to sort of amplify all the things that women were doing that weren't necessarily visible. And so as I was reading what she had written for the Timber Worker, I kept seeing this tagline for the Federated Press, and I had no idea what it was until I started researching it. And I was shocked by the number of female journalists who were writing for the Federated Press. We tend to think of labor journalism and the labor movement in the late 19th to the mid 20th century as pretty masculine spaces. And it wasn't really. There were a lot of women writing for the Federated Press and doing that amplification work, not just for labor, but for working women, union women. And I found them to be a really interesting, feisty, fiery group of women who really put themselves out there in ways that were really kind of exciting to see in the past.
And what did they do to help build worker power? It sounds obviously they were using that platform. Like, what are some of the things they actually did to level it up? Because obviously there's a difference between having the platform and utilizing it, and then it materializing into something effective.
Yeah, one of the things I was curious about when we talk about women in labor history, we often look to unions like the UE and the UAW, which were really known for having a strong women's department and advancing things like equal pay and seniority issues after World War II. But I was like, well, how do people know about these women activists in those unions? Well, they knew about them because women journalists they were members of the newspaper guild. They were also labor union members, but they talked about union women and the struggles that working class women were facing on the job. And so they amplified those voices. And so they were active in their unions, they were active in the newspapers, and they were all social activists beyond the realms of work and unions. They were real activist women. They were really activist women in a lot of ways.
And it may be hard for people to kind of understand this, especially our comms director, who's pretty young, and because what I'm about to say is
Right.
gonna be a little mind blowing to him. That would have been the internet, right? Like their ability to communicate, put information out, and then how would you gather it, obviously, or how they would access it, other women would access it. And so clearly a lot less information, more of a limited scope, just because of the logistics and the difficulties of being able to communicate at the time. Obviously, it had to be printed, it had to be done in a print press, then get out and hand it out. And so, things took time. It wasn't so instantaneous as it is today, especially in our modern, sort of scope of things. But, when you think about the totality of that and the difficulty of that, that's mighty impressive on what they had to do 100 years ago compared to trying to get something done today.
Yeah, it's so the Federated Press had three main offices, one in DC, one in New York, and one in Chicago. And they would literally hit the pavement in the morning and collect news from union headquarters. They were also interested in racial issues because they were definitely on the political left. Some communists wrote for them, some socialists. So they would gather news from the NAACP and union headquarters and other organizations. And then by the afternoon, they were setting type, printing it out, and then they'd go mail these, long labor news sheets to their subscribing newspapers. And that's how they got the news out every day for 36 years.
And you heard that every day.
Yep, every day.
That is a lot of work
Yeah.
to be punching out a message. Today I feel like we're so spoiled, comparatively speaking, of how hard it was, how much work had to go into back then, lifting up what is much smaller amount of information compared to today. But it teaches us something in that we've got to be more diligent. Labor's got to be more diligent of getting the word out because clearly the general public can be overwhelmed with a tremendous amount of information because typically corporate America could they buy more space, they have more money, they have more resources to control it. They obviously control most of the parts of the media. And so, but again, we learned something from this space by having a plan, being dedicated to it, being consistent, and getting other people to connect, and staying in the space and continuing to push. We're going to be okay as long as you keep at it and you keep making it happen. Again, my just hats off to that generation and that era and the difficulty of it. And I personally think we owe it to them for us in today's day to try to do a much better job, because boy, they carried the torch when it was much harder to hold. And today we've got way more resources to try to make this happen. And so obviously you can see we're trying to do our part. And again, I appreciate you kind of sharing these details, as it really gets my mind spinning. And I'm sure for listeners, it kind of trying to relate to those challenges from those eras. Are you still there?
Here, yeah.
Uh-oh, we're running into some connection difficulties. And so while you're hopefully cleaning that connection difficulty up, what made labor journalism different from the mainstream media at the time, from your perspective?
Well, I looked into that. I tried to look at the newspaper coverage of those 1918, 1919 strikes. And, the unions and the labor leaders were certainly red-baited. And
so we're real quick, Victoria, we are running into a technical issue. I'm sorry. It's getting to where we can't really hear you. Maybe if you turn off your camera, that might help us. Sometimes if we turn off the camera, it helps feed that. So you were saying something about 1918, 1919? See if that cleans up the feed, the audio feed.
Can you hear me?
No, it's the same. Okay. Are you on Wi-Fi?
Yes. Yes, I'm on my phone because I had computer issues, so that's probably accounted for some of it.
Well, so this is the great thing about live. There you go. Whatever you just did, you came in a lot better there. This is a great thing about live radio. When we run into a connection issue, it's happening
Everybody
live.
gets to share it.
There, whatever you've done, we can hear you now. So
Great.
That's good. All right. So anyway, you were saying about 1918, 1919.
Yeah, I looked into newspaper coverage of that time period, and the labor movement was really sort of red-baited and described as sort of un-American. And so Carl Hessler, he was one of the newspaper editors who was one of the founders of the Federated Press. And he said something pretty interesting about the labor press. He said, journalism is the art of at the same time interesting the readers and pleasing the owners of your paper. When the readers belong to one class and the owners belong to another class, that's yellow journalism.
That's crazy.
And labor journalists don't practice that.
Whoa. Yellow journalism? That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay.
Labor journalism differs from journalism in general because labor papers are owned by the same class that reads them, the working class, while other papers are owned by one class but read by another. So he was trying to make the point that mainstream newspapers are owned by the Hearsts and the McCormicks and the wealthy corporations, same as today, really. And so if workers want to have
Bezos and
their
Washington
voices
Post.
heard, they're going to have to own the media. They're going to have to be in charge. They're going to have to own those things as well and create those things as well. And so there was a vast difference. Kessler basically said, we're writing for our own audiences, right? We're writing for the working class. And I think that was the key difference there.
Yeah, some great points. You can probably turn your video feed back on again. I think you've connected your connection. We'll try that. If it messes up, we'll shut your picture off again. Anyway, yeah, no, you're good. So, man, this is so interesting, and it's so great to hear like the journey and the challenges. Like, I mean, what really sticks out to you from that era?
I want Randy Corrigan to take a college class. He will learn so much, and he will be in awe the whole time. I guarantee it.
As like a pivotal point, or something that really, you brought up the issue red baiting. A lot of listeners may not know what that means or what that's referring to.
What is it?
Where you accuse someone of being a communist, and you essentially pigeonhole them and isolate them, and prevent them from being effective. Just because you're labeling them. And there's some terms that you've been using here that McCarthyism, right? Very, very similar to that. Most people that are listening may not understand or be able to relate to those terms. I ask you to look them up and learn them, because that's going to take you down a rabbit hole to learn a whole bunch of crazy stuff about labor. But what really sticks out to you, some of these leaders, these women leaders from that time, pivotal moments, events, situations that you really think, changed things or made a massive impact?
I'd have to point to World War II as a real turning point. Journalism, labor journalism was the same as basically every other field, in that the men who held jobs in those places were recruited to fight in the war, and jobs opened up in those fields just like they did in factories. And many of the women that I was looking at became editors or bureau chiefs during that time. Women were in the news because they had fulfilled so many jobs during the time period. And so women came to the fore during World War II and really were able to kind of shape the narrative about women workers. And at the same time, of course, unions were recognizing, a lot of our members are women. We really need to focus on the issues that were sort of pigeonholed, like you were just saying, as women's issues, when in fact they were labor issues writ large. And so I think World War II was a real turning point for not only the women in unions, but also the women I was studying, those women journalists.
Yeah, and establishing value, clearly the world in America hasn't still given women the appropriate value. I think we can all see that in so many different studies. I'm sorry, I wish it was right. It should be. But World War II, you point to, like, women did literally every job a man was doing, and supposedly only a man could do. Clearly, in a lot of cases, doing a much better job. And I really think that era stands out to establish value, not just in the community, in the household, politically, and then to obviously kind of see the I don't even know how the society kind of pushed back on that, right? After World War II, you could probably point to some things, but it's interesting that you bring that up as a significant shift because women did it all at that time, period.
Yeah. One of the other interesting debates that I try to look at in this book is the divisions between women and union women in particular. And so one of the things that a lot of the journalists that I'm talking about were writing about was their opposition to the Equal Rights Amendment. And this is often surprising to my students and perhaps to some of your listeners as well, that union women and labor women opposed the Equal Rights Amendment for decades because it would chip away at the protective legislation that they had been working for state by state by state in terms of maximum hours and maternity protections and all sorts of things like that. So they were in opposition to, ERA supporters who tended to be white collar, professional women, white women, wealthier women. So there was a real divide between women based on class primarily during this time. Those two groups really didn't come together until the 1960s to support the ERA.
And, there's actually a section on this at the National Museum of Archives in Washington, D.C. that actually talks about this very subject and talks about, I literally, last time I was in D.C., I saw it for the first time. And interesting that you point that out. I just thought it was interesting. That section brought out a lot of these kind of contradictory situations and elevated and explained why, or the reasoning, as well as it talked about some stuff with labor itself too. Interesting you brought that up because I just recently saw that at the museum, the National Archives Museum in Washington, D.C. What else really stands out to you?
Check it out.
Yeah, you should. Absolutely. What else really stands out to you as significant moments in history that you think our listeners should peer into, read, also maybe talk about your book and what you're doing here so that others will obviously buy it. Maybe we'll buy it for everybody here and give it to some of our stewards. We are,
sure. I have a discount code from my publisher. I'll send it to you.
Please. Just so you know, as a description of the local union, our local
they get discount codes from their publishers. That's hilarious.
Union represents a majority of our membership are women. And we recognize and respect that. And I feel very honored that as a male, I'm in charge of an organization that is representing a majority women. And, hey, I'll take it. I appreciate that. I recognize that. But also, recognizing the value of paying attention to it at all times, right? I'm sure that our listeners, our members, would get something out of your book. What do you think that they can connect to, considering today's time, as well as the journey from the past?
One of the things, if you read, like I did, the daily news sheets of the Federated Press for 30 years, what's really striking is that it sounds like an alternate universe in a lot of ways. It's a very different view of American history than you would get in a history textbook. And I think it's really important that we learn that history. I think our current political moment has its roots in a reaction to the New Deal and Roosevelt policies from the 1940s on. That reaction began in the 1930s and 1940s, and it has just gained power since that time. And so I think understanding that, and these journalists wrote about it. They wrote about this strange new coalition of people who were Southern Democrats being disaffected from the Democratic Party and joining with conservatives from the Republican Party to create this other thing. And so that political realignment that happened to create what we call the new right, or the new conservative movement of the 60s and 70s and 80s, these journalists were writing about that. And so you can really get a sense and a real-time history of our current political moment when you read labor history. It's very interesting.
What stuck out to me as a kid when I was in high school, I think I was a junior, and I remember
back in 1974,
the history book at the time, I could flip the page back and forth between two things. And I remember like it was yesterday. And on one side, it was referring to the Roaring 20s. And when you flipped it over on the other side, it talked about women and child labor, women's suffrage and child labor and all the stuff that was going on. And I remember flipping the page back and forth, picking up on the contradiction, going, man, this really doesn't make any sense. Clearly, it makes sense now based on what you just said, right? You just said, obviously, the publishers, a certain narrative that's been carried by the super wealthy that opposed the New Deal, that opposed much of what built prosperity in America because it shared the wealth. It took it from some and made sure that everybody had a piece of the pie. This fight has literally been happening since before the New Deal. And what you're pointing to is what you're saying is in your book, you're going to be able to read certain things and passages and writings from these individuals that point to the real reality of what was going on at the time, that the normal story is not going to be told. Much like I just stated with learning labor history, that when you learn labor history and you start to learn it, you realize how much you don't know about the real history of America. And then some of the very important moments that in time, that how it was, let's use the freeing of the slaves. That is a labor fight, straight up.
Mm-hmm.
That's a human rights fight, that my autonomy for my labor, that people, we shed blood here in America fighting that issue and trying to deal with that and trying to square it up and bring it to a good moral ground. And so if you fast forward, obviously, from mid 1860s and you move into that era that you're referring to, the early 1900s, those same fights are happening by the Carnegies and the Rockefellers and, like you said, the McCormicks, and the list goes on. I'm about ready to peel back a book on the McCormicks from I got to open it up and read it regarding, I forget the name of it, but regarding the farm equipment that was being built. Whatever you just did, you moved, and it hurt your signal. But you touching these points of time, I think.
Sorry, Randy is crazy. He's like scolding her mid-lecture.
Do a really good job of reflecting on our lack of understanding history and our lack of understanding how important
She
some
just wanted
people
to fix
were
her
in that
picture.
history,
Jeez, let
especially
her
those
be.
that wrote these stories to tell what was really going on.
Yeah, and I think once you
Oh, he's gonna lecture her again.
labor history is very intertwined with the civil rights movement in this country, which was another reason that conservative Southern Democrats at the time were so anti-labor and so
He's raging. You could see it, and he's not gonna say anything, but he wants to say something so bad.
anti-civil rights. Those were the same movements. There was so much overlap between those two movements in the 1920s, 1930s, 1940s. So that's another explanatory kind of factor in getting us to where we are today.
And birthed the Birch Society, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And for those who don't know who that is, look it up.
Look that up too.
That's right. Go down that rabbit hole. Learn what the Birch Society did. Learn who the big money people were that behind it and who are still connected to. I mean, you'd be flabbergasted. People in today's day would be flabbergasted at what was connected to the Birch Society, or what was connected to Right to Work, what was connected to some of these institutions that had been created to crush workers, to fight segregation, to hold back civil rights. And obviously we're seeing a resurgence of it. We're seeing this weird, and it's the same money train. It's literally the same money train. Sometimes it's like the kids from the previous generation or grandkids, and it's almost weird to watch it. Excuse me, not watch it, but read it, research it, and look at it and go, look how predictable this is. This is like them playing the same movie over again.
Yeah, it's never really gone away. It's been quieter and louder at various points. Just the way labor's power has ebbed and flowed over the decades. But the struggle is constant. Absolutely.
And many of the infrastructure and social sort of securities that we have, benefits and systems that the New Deal brought, were adamantly opposed all the way to the Supreme Court. There was these crazy people should go do a little bit of research on their history and understand how divisive it was at the time, and recognizing how difficult it was to get those things over the hump. Now, clearly the generations that were born into those systems after those battles had already ensued, it's got to be incredibly powerful to actually read back and see the perspective of those that were in the middle of that fight, those that were there that predated those fights and were fighting for equality, fighting for justice before they materialized into the New Deal. And you're saying that your book literally touches on all that.
It follows those stories real time. I'm sure a lot of you, perhaps your younger listeners may not know that, unions didn't even have the guaranteed legal right to bargain collectively until 1935. So before that, it was awfully easy for employers to break unions and bring in strikebreakers. And the Wagner Act of 1935 just
There you go.
really made the possibilities for unions much stronger. And the labor movement exploded, which of course its opponents did everything in their power to negate those victories over the 1950s and after World War II.
I would say that our listeners do know that, because I think I say that literally almost every show. Just so you know, like your point is not missed. I'm not bringing it up to correct you. I'm bringing it up to laugh. Literally, like I absolutely enjoy what you just said, because
see, he's a little bit mansplaining sometimes. His he has some sexism to work through still, I'm pretty sure.
Had to do prior to 1934 or 1935 to secure something. They literally had to break the law to get a contract.
Yep.
And that's why I kind of tell people right now, you better buck up, because we can't just allow that to be washed away. Imagine how difficult it was for workers in any marginalized community or in any discriminated against community to rise up and do those very things that we're talking about. I know it's difficult today, but it's certainly not as difficult as it was in a time like then. And we owe it to them for us to fight like hell now and preserve these rules. Not only preserve them, but fight and make them better, because there's a lot of people a lot of institutions have watered down the New Deal. They've watered down some of these institutions that were built for the purpose of protecting the community, for the purpose of protecting the worker, for the purpose of protecting their safety, their health. I mean, the one I'm always just shocked by is protecting our drinking water did not happen until the 1970s.
Yep.
Right?
Like, oh my, like when you go back, like this fight of those same individuals fighting to prevent regulatory factors for it, that have all, like, unless you've done some research on it, it's almost, and when I researched it, I was blown away that it didn't reach that far back. I'm just shocked by it.
50 years, and those regulations are of course under attack again right now.
That's
So
correct.
it's a fight that has to keep being fought, I guess, to your point.
Yeah, and we owe it to those prior generations who gave us safe drinking water. I mean, there was a point where people were afraid to drink water, like literally. Like, yeah. I know some people are today, but you can't compare it to that time. Like, it was, millions of people in New York in the mid 1800s died from cholera.
The only person scared to drink water today, his name is Mr. Alexander Jones, and that's because they're putting fluoride in the water to make the frickin' frogs gay. Sorry.
From drinking water. Millions died from it. And many of these situations were born out of industry and big business profiting from dumping into the ground or dumping into the streams or dumping into lakes or dumping into our water supply that ultimately people down the road were drinking from. And I think that's always, the most eye-opening experience. And I always tell the workers that we represent in water, you're saving more lives every day than on all the firefighters and all the police officers combined. Like every single day. Take great pride in that. We're going to fight like hell to protect those jobs, because we're not going to allow someone to just take their pin and wipe away the protections in that space. And I'm just so encouraged to hear that your book is covering from that perspective and talking about, like from a front row seat, what really happened. I'm so looking forward to picking it up and helping get this thing out. So we'll pick up some books for our members and let's give them out in one of our next steward meetings and make sure that we help spread the word. I'm so excited about this. Thanks for coming on.
Well, thank you so much. It's been fun to be here. I apologize for the technical difficulties. But
she's
yes,
like
I'll happily
jittering
send you
like a
some books,
bug.
and I hope you enjoy reading it.
So just one last closing remark. Anything you want to say? I got 2 minutes. You want to say anything as we step out?
Gosh,
No.
I don't know. I'll talk about my next book. The next
Oh
person
my
I want
God.
to research is Esther Peterson, who is, of all things, a Utah native, since I'm here in Utah, who worked under Kennedy and Johnson and Carter for consumer protections. So she worked in the labor movement early on and took those ideas and those progressions into the 70s and 80s to defend consumers from corporate misdeeds, I guess we could say.
Well, we're looking forward to it. Thanks for coming on the show. We're building worker power in the Inland Empire. And the way we're building worker power is doing exactly this. We're communicating.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Randy. This lady seems pretty cool. I wanted to read some of her articles, like her scholarly articles, but couldn't access any of them. So I'll just have to get her book on Amazon, I guess. But yeah, that was good. All right. Let's. No. Do we want to continue reading? No. Okay. Okay. It's almost done though. We just got 2 more pages of this chapter. Okay. We'll finish it. We'll finish it real quick. All right. All right. Leadership behavior at variance for members' interest is possible because members have a collective action problem in monitoring their leaders. It is costly in time, money, and organizational resources for members to check leadership behavior. Every individual member would prefer that other members bear the cost of keeping their leaders in line, since non-contributors can not be excluded from the benefits of this effort. There exists a strong incentive to take a free ride. But if enough members become free riders, no effective monitoring will occur. A handful of economists have begun to develop such ideas. They accept that members and leaders have distinctive interests owning their distinctive organizational position, union leadership behavior at variance, form member preferences is possible to a great degree in unions because members' collective action cost to monitor union leaders are so great. Such a view of unions allow these theorists to develop some provocative and useful hypothesis about union behavior. For example, Jean-Jacques Rosa? But it's not spelled the same way. Jean-Jacques Rosa. I know, unless that's Jean-Jacques Rosa is a professor at the Institute. He's a political professor in Paris. Okay. Jean-Jacques Rosa argues that it is mystification to believe that union leaders exist as member representatives. Instead, unions services are demanded not only by wage earners but also by companies. Firms need unions to substitute for or act as a complement to personal policy, or as a way to monopolize or attain vertical control in an industry. Or as Wallace Atherton argued, union leaders' concern for maximizing net due revenues leads them to favor strike lengths that are shorter than the optimal for membership interest. Or, as Donald Martin argued, even though monitoring union leaders presents union members with a collective action problem, union leaders will anticipate membership challenges and competition for their own positions. This will lead them to devote some organizational resources to securing their own tenure. While economists proceeding from such an understanding have developed the most promising line of analysis for modeling union behavior in the whole post-war period, problems with the approach remains. First, these theorists are not particularly sensitive to qualitative transformations in the character of relations between union members and leaders through time. The interest and behavior of union members and leaders should be conceived as distinctive, but it is also true that the opportunities and constraints on their behavior change with changing economic circumstances. Second, these theorists make no clear distinction between layers of the union bureaucracy, between national leaders and local full-time officers in the first instance. A comprehensive interpretation of the behavior of bureaucratized unions appears to rest upon this distinction. Third, these theorists have a limited view of the scope of possible actions that constitute rank-and-file monitoring of union leadership. Finally, these theorists are preoccupied with ownership. They do not acknowledge that their useful insight rests on an examination of the social relations of control inside union organizations. not just on juridical foundations. Okay, so I think we're at the conclusion paragraph. Let's see what Mr. Glenn has to say, but I have a feeling that he's going to say that union bureaucracy is not necessarily as conservative as all of these theorists have made it, right? All right. Classical political sociology all accepted that union bureaucracy, once formed, would be profoundly conservative, industrially and politically. Indeed, for Michel and the Marxists, the union bureaucracy conservatism was immutable, not contingent on political or economic factors. For the Webbs, the social and role differentiation of leaders from members gave rise to an interest disjuncture. Leaders' positions resting on unions' financial base imparted to them a different calculus from that union members on industrial questions. Officials' social conditions cemented this difference. Removed from the dirt and dangers of the shop floor and from constant conflict with the employers, union leaders no longer faced their members' employment uncertainties, the possibilities of periodic layoffs, disciplinary firing, injuries, and so on. They were conservatized. For Trotsky, the union bureaucracy was the single most important institutional stabilizer for democratic capitalism under conditions of economic crisis. The bureaucracy had an organizational connection to the most important sections of the working class. Unfortunately, this Marxist writing never shed the connection of union bureaucracy to the punitive labor aristocracy of skilled, highly paid workers. All these classical theorists understood the union member leader division to be structural, that is, systematic deviations from the quote-unquote iron law of oligarchy. The conservatization of the bureaucracy were impossible. For the Webbs, this signified the coming of age of union leadership, something to be welcomed more than decried. For the classical Marxist, the union bureaucracy was a necessarily conservative support for capitalism and imperialism and an obstacle to revolutionary objectives. For Michel, the emergence of the union bureaucracy signaled the demise of genuine democracy. Post-World War II writers took up the theme of the antithesis of democracy and bureaucracy inside unions. For Lipset, the existence of regular electoral competition, such as the institutionalized two-party system of the International Typographical Union, the ITU, was sufficient to circumvent union bureaucracy. While for the Webbs, the union bureaucracy could become entrenched with more tenure than a judge, even under regular elections. For Lipset, such elections dissolved bureaucracy. The Webbs suggested that a fundamental distinction be drawn between salaried full-time union officers and the local officers who continue to work at their trade. The latter, by dint of their continued contact and shared position with working members, would reflect rank-and-file wishes and interest to a much greater degree than the salaried top officers. But today, there are salaried full-time officers at both the national level and the local level. If we take the Webb's argument to the social role and position of these salaried officers, makes it inevitable that they deviate from the interest of the rank and file. We must also note that the interest of these different layers of the union bureaucracy may also be different in some circumstances. Lower levels of the union bureaucracy are more susceptible to removal by the rank and file. They are also more vulnerable to employers' attacks. Thus, we must draw an analytical distinction between layers of the union bureaucracy. A serious problem with the classical theorist is their tendency to argue in functionalist terms. Recently, some social scientists have started applying collective action theory to union behavior. These theorists accept the salience of the member-leader distinction in unions, yet these theorists take too little account of economic and political determinants of particular configurations of power between union members, union leaders, and employers. Additionally, the range of membership behavior to monitor union leaders is conceived too narrowly. Still, these theorists have developed a fruitful line of argument that deserves to be pursued. Okay, so yes, use multiple theorists to analyze these things. Got it. Got it. All right. That's it for reading today, at least. Or at least reading boring, high complex stuff, right? All right, well, let's get into the next story. And I was hoping to watch this debate that the Riverside Record had. What, Bashonen in a box? What do you mean, oh wow? Bashonen in a box said, oh wow. The reading? Yeah, it was a lot, but we gotta do reading every once in a while. I mean, you should be doing reading every day. And not just reading a tome text. Not just reading a tome text. All right. Let's watch these different. Okay, so there's all these candidates for Riverside City Council, Ward 2 seat, Ward 4, and Ward 6 is open. So let's watch some of these candidates. Because I really want to watch the debate, but I don't think it's anywhere.
My name is Aram Ira.
We can at least watch this before we read the article.
I'm an educator and a city commissioner running for Riverside City Council Ward 2, and I live in the district in the university neighborhood. Thank you so much for this question. As a budget engagement commissioner, I've had a chance to really look deeply into.
Oh my God, this is so boring. They didn't even. The Riverside Record, first off, shout out to the Riverside Record. I love their article, love their website, but what the hell is, they only have 31 subscribers. I got more subscribers on YouTube than the Riverside Record. God damn. And then second off, they're not even having anyone ask the questions. They're just putting the questions on the screen and then just letting the candidates say whatever they want. I thought this was going to be more engaging. It is not. Sorry, chat. Let's just go to this Facebook. Oh, that's big, but okay.
Deserve in return. I've got the mic, so if it's okay, I'll get this thing started. For me, prevention is the key. And I take a pragmatic approach to these things. If we're going to solve a problem, we have to identify first what is the problem. What's the cause of homelessness? The leading cause of homelessness in Riverside.
Okay, hold on. I guess we gotta read this article. Damn it. But that's okay. Okay. No more warehouses. Ward 2, 4, and 6 candidates debate Riverside's economic path at forums hosted by the Raincross Gazette. Maybe that's... Oh, wait. No, this is the Raincross Gazette. I thought... Okay, never mind. I thought it was the Riverside Record. Okay. The Raincross Gazette, candidates from Ward 2, 4, and 6 found common ground on warehousing and sharp disagreement on what comes next. Candidates running for city council seats in Wards 2, 4, and 6 found... Okay, blah, blah, blah. All right. Ward 2. Ward 2. Nonprofit director and budget commissioner Armand Man, you know what? Was that the video that we just watched? I'm not going to just read. Bro, where's the journalism? Where is the journalism? Who wrote this? Micaela Ricaforte, civic engagement reporter who calls the Inland Empire homes, 5 years covering SoCal, APU journalism grad, Azusa Pacific University. Good conversations over coffee and stories. That's matters. Bro, this article is incredibly boring to read. I'm sorry. I'm going hard on her. But, I mean, clearly I'm punching up. So. Let's go back to the Riverside record. Or, you know what? Raincross Gazette? They had a podcast. Okay, Raincross Gazette does not have a YouTube page.
Did you know there's a big election happening here in Riverside next month? And I'm not talking about the governor's race. There are 10.
There we go. Okay, videos. All right, let's watch him talk.
Proposal that's before the council that just got approved and put on the ballot. I do think we have critical needs.
Okay, let me at least let me at the very least read the question he was asked. Okay.
My name is Aram Ira. I'm an educator and a city commissioner running for Riverside City Council Ward 2, and I live in the district in the university neighborhood.
Okay, Measure Z. The city is asking residents this June about whether they would like to both extend and increase the Measure Z sales tax to help pay for a range of public services, including the city's fire department. Do you support the effort, and can you tell me something more about your reasoning?
Thank you so much for this question. As a budget engagement commissioner, I've had a chance to really look deeply into Measure Z, the proposal that's before the council that just got approved and put on the ballot. I do think we have critical needs in our fire infrastructure and our need for hiring more firefighters. I support that completely. However, in going out and knocking thousands of doors across the community, residents have said time and time again that in this time of economic uncertainty, in this time of costs being sky high across every sector, housing, rent, food, childcare, they cannot afford to add another tax to that mix, no matter how small or big. This is something that they cannot afford. This is something that families on fixed incomes cannot stomach at this point in time. I do think, unfortunately, that Measure Z will not pass this election cycle. I think it would be prudent for us to bring it back as a special tax in the next election cycle, which requires a higher voter threshold, which actually specifies that the money be spent for very specific reasons and doesn't go into the general fund. I think this would be much better for residents. I think there would be a lot more trust and a lot more accountability. And lastly, I think we need to be honest about how we spent the money so far and make it super accessible for residents who want to know. We need to have a digital dashboard on the city website. We need to make this information public. I think residents just want to make sure that their taxes are being spent wisely and on the things that they voted for in the first place.
Oh, the next question is downtown.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's sure that their taxes are being spent wisely and on the things that they voted for in the first place.
Okay, next question is downtown revitalization. The city has planned several projects to revitalize the downtown and surrounding Ward 1 area, including the Riverside Alive project, a new sports complex. What the is it with all the Inland Empire is building a San Bernardino County is building sports complex in Ontario, and now Riverside? Bro, who's playing this much sports? It's just the betting, isn't it? It's just the sports betting that is demanding this, isn't it? I mean, I'm being super negative on sports right now, but at least no sports people are in chat. But yeah, why do we need more sports arenas? Okay. However, these 3 multi-million-dollar projects are located in a single ward. What are your thoughts on these projects, and are there other projects in your in your ward that you think should be given priority. Interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think a strong downtown is critical for any city. But unfortunately, what I've seen in the city of Riverside is that downtown gets prioritized over every other part of the city. And I say this as a Ward 2 resident that's lived in Ward 2 for over a decade. I've seen projects in downtown get priority, get the resources. I've seen council members almost brag about the fact that downtown gets the lion's share of resources. And that's understandable. Every city wants to have a vibrant and diverse and well-built downtown. However, we have a lot of other community centers across the city of Riverside, places like Canyon Crest Town Center, like the University Village in Ward 2, for instance, or on the western part of the city, which feels like completely left out of the process. Our La Sierra, our Arlington, and our Lanza folks that feel like none of the resources and none of the attention get directed there. That is not something that I think is acceptable, and I think we need to have a better equity and a better distribution of resources. And I support our downtown. I support our downtown businesses and community that have built it up. It's incredible. I know it's an attraction for people, but we're a huge city. We're over 330,000 people now. We have a lot of other community centers, cultural centers that we need to be investing in, developing in, and making sure that people don't just stay downtown and then leave Riverside. There's more to see, right, than downtown in Riverside. So I would say that a couple of the projects that I mentioned, you know, building up some of our cultural centers in Ward 2, getting a community center for Ward 2. We're now, after redistricting, the only ward in
Stardust City Hag said Poly Market people lost so much money for essentially betting on the juiced athletes. The actual athletes keep winning. LOL, off topic, but sort of on topic. That's crazy. The Poly Market people. Oh, were they betting on? They're betting on who's juicing. Oh, yikes! That makes sense. They crashed it. Oof, oof. Okay. Well, hold on. Let me look it up real quick. That sounds interesting. Let's go to news. Oh, here we go. Well, this is from Brave New. Hold on. Poly Market opens bets on Las Vegas steroid Olympics as enhanced games confirmed 91% of athletes used testosterone. Okay, wait. It's from this website called Brave New Coin, which I'm sure is just a crypto newspaper. Which I can't believe we actually have crypto newspapers now. But fine, let's read it. Oh, crap. Poly Market's enhanced games number of weightlifting world records broken market is the cleanest single window into trader sentiment. Volume is thin, just $61 had traded by Monday morning. Almost all of it, the 6 or more tail. I don't know what that means. Stardust City Hag said crypto newspapers. Yeah, this is where we're at. This is the world we live in. Oh, I see. The market. I mean the event was how many weightlifting records would be broken because it's going to be the enhanced games. Is that really what the Olympics is doing? They're like, okay, there's no way to stop it. Just let them dope. That's crazy. That's crazy. Damn. What the enhanced games actually are. Founded in 2023 by Australian entrepreneur and lawyer Aaron D'Souza. That name sounds familiar. The enhanced games are explicit about what they are. An Olympic-styled competition for athletes openly using substances banned by... Okay, so the enhanced games is separate than the Olympics. I did not know this. I did not know about this. Okay, so this is... Man, how long until they start putting like robotics? Is that an enhancement? Okay. The enhanced games organizers, okay. Swimming, triathletics, and weightlifting with they win prize money, breaking $1 million bonuses for any athlete breaking a recognized world record. Music, bookend, okay. Oh, that guy, Alan Walker's gonna be there. That was that country singer guy that walked out with Caitlin Clark. Okay, so he's gonna be there. Latin artist Faruco. Okay. Days before the opening ceremony, the company, now publicly listed as Enhanced Group Inc. on the New York Stock Exchange. Oh my God. Under Chief Executive Maximilian Martin, who replaced D'Souza in November, released aggregated substance use data from 36 athletic clinical trials. According to reporting in Marathon Handbook, 91% of athletes use testosterone or testosterone esters. I don't know what that is. In 12 weeks leading up to the game, 79% used human growth hormone, 62% used stimulants such as Adderall, 41 used erythropoietin, the blood booster. Oof. At the center of cycling's most notorious doping scandals. Okay, so that's what what's his name used. Crazy. So it's like, that's crazy. I can't believe people are betting on everything. They're betting on everything. All right, let's go back to Mr. Ayara.
In the city that doesn't have a developed community center, in addition to bringing other businesses and retail spaces and other things into Canyon Crest Town Center, University Village, and some of the other locations in the ward.
Street repairs. Residents across the 3 wards told us they want to know what your plans are for fixing potholes and maintaining the city's infrastructure. What's your plan for this?
Absolutely. Well, most importantly, we have to understand the main cause of potholes, which is the incredible amount of truck traffic we have in Ward 2. I can speak for Ward 2 specifically. We have a lot of truck traffic that goes up Alessandro, goes up our major artery ways like Watkins and Big Springs and Spruce, and destroys the streets. At the same time, we're seeing a reality where the city has not updated its development impact fees in over a decade, which would offset some of those costs. Instead, we've passed those costs off to taxpayers, especially as we talked about earlier through the form of Measure Z, which is then used to pay for these pothole damage. So for me, we've seen kind of a major impact from the warehouse industry. We've seen this increased truck traffic. We've seen the street and infrastructure damage. We've also seen at the same time a lack of prioritization of these large infrastructure projects. Like for instance, for me, a priority would be the rail grade separations on Blaine Street and Spruce Street, which take away hours of productivity every single day from Riversiders. They slow down emergency services. These would be priorities for me to get built. I would love for us to revisit our development impact fees, make sure that warehouses and large companies are paying their fair share to offset the cost of the damage they cause to our streets. And at the same time, be laser focused on on-time maintenance so that we're not paying the deferred maintenance costs, which cost sometimes 2 to 3 times as much as if we had fixed it in the moment. I'm also big on expanding our 311 services app and making sure that more people are submitting it, getting the app refreshed and updated, getting the user interface more easy to use so that people can submit these requests and that we can get them fixed within a very short window of time. That's something I would be committed to as a council member.
Homelessness, affordable housing. In recent months, residents have also expressed concern over a perceived increase in homelessness and have shown interest in seeing more affordable housing being built. How do you plan to address both of these concerns?
Sure. Well, let me start off by saying that I deeply disagreed with the council's vote to turn down $20 million from the state of California. I think it was a major misstep to apply for that grant and then to turn it down. I think it sent the wrong message to the state.
Why did they turn it down? Why would they turn down $2 million? That's crazy.
Message to any affordable housing developers that Riverside is not the place to build. It also sent the wrong message to how we respond to homelessness as a community. Do we respond with compassion and actual investment and doing something to address it? Or do we say no, 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 and just turn down money and have no alternative to actually fix the problem? Now, in addition to that, in addition to supporting projects like that in the future, which I would do as a council member, and I believe I've been one of the few candidates in this race to be very public about, the other thing that I would really prioritize is making sure that we are stopping the influx of homeless dumping into the city of Riverside, making sure that we're holding places like Los Angeles and Orange County accountable for dropping off their homeless populations here in Riverside. I do think we need to take care
Of course, Orange County would drop off their homeless people in Riverside. That's crazy. F you, Orange County.
Our neighbors first and prioritize getting them the resources and the housing that they need, the mental health and the substance abuse services that they need. I would also prioritize us rapidly building more temporary shelter for homeless people, especially flipping some of our existing vacant warehouses into actual shelter space that could house 100, 200 people at a time, and make sure that we're getting them off of the street and connected to resources and started on that continuum of care, which we talk about so much. And lastly, I would really prioritize implementing and better using the homeless management information system, which is a tracking system that actually tells us, are we investing properly? Are we helping people and actually the results are sticking? Have we helped someone 1 time, 5 times, or 15 times, and what has been effective and what has not been? The last thing I will say is I will work closely with our Inspector General to make sure that we are assessing how we've spent our homelessness funding, to make sure that the money is being used effectively, to make sure that the services that we're providing are actually being implemented properly.
Riverside Transmission Reliability Project. The city is working with Southern California Edison to build a second connection to the state's electric grid. However, some residents have expressed concern that the current above-ground grid plan could cause wildfires near the river bottom. What is your position on the request from some residents to push Southern California Edison to underground the entire project? Oh my God, first off, why would the entire project not be undergrounded from the get-go? Southern California Edison is okay. We're just gonna let that go and save that for another day.
Yeah, it's a great question. I've been on the forefront of a lot of those discussions, and I've stood with residents in trying to find solutions to bring it underground. At this point, I do believe the project has moved forward at a point where it would be very difficult to stop it. We've seen that, recently it was announced that they started actually building and implementing the RTRP infrastructure in Jurupa Valley and slowly moving closer to Riverside. If there would be opportunities for this discussion to come up in the future, I certainly would welcome any resident input. As I mentioned, I spent almost...
Okay, wait, sorry, I just thought of something. Why wouldn't Southern California Edison put it below ground? Because if it's above ground, then that just gives them this whole BS to say, oh my God, the winds are bad, turn off the power for everyone. Bro, why would it not be below ground? Because then you wouldn't have to turn off the power at all if it's a windy day, because wind doesn't go underground.
A year and a half being involved directly with that issue. But at this point in time, I think we need to laser focus on the things that we can definitely fix, especially around our affordability, around lowering the cost of living, around addressing some of the lack of accountability and trust that we have currently in City Hall. We've seen that there was an opportunity for City Hall to actually have that vote on RTRP, and instead they dismissed residents, they pushed back, they in some cases really misrepresented their positions on RTRP, especially after they got elected. That's unacceptable. I do think that we had an opportunity to potentially revisit that project earlier. At this point, it seems like it's moved forward quite a bit, but if there's opportunities to talk about that and connect with residents in the future, I certainly would welcome those.
Okay, we're gonna skip the why should they vote for you part, and let's go to the next person. Okay, candidate Christine Montero.
Hi everyone, my name is Kristen Montero. I'm from
Kristen.
Riverside.
Sorry, geez, I was trying to be all, politically correct about it. And she's like, hi, my name is Kristen. Okay, it's that word you want.
For Riverside City Council, Ward 2.
Okay, the Measure Z question. What is her answer to that?
Yeah, so Measure Z is it's a really tricky situation. I definitely don't agree in the tax being an infinite tax. I think what it really helps with is the infrastructure for firefighters. And right now we've grown so much in Riverside, but public safety does need to be a priority, but also accountability when it comes to having the funds and going to a general plan and to eventually be used in, whatever it is that people feel appropriate. So I would say I do support the tax, but I don't support it forever. Infrastructure is really important, and if we don't have the right number of folks for our increase in housing when it comes to firefighter response, police response, that means that that's one possibility of someone not really being safe in our city, and we want everybody to be able to thrive. So when it comes to Ward 2 and economic development, I would like to see a lot more small businesses assisted to be able to thrive right here in Riverside. I think that's a big community that we've really left behind, focusing on huge corporations to come and invest into the city, franchise. I'd also say when it comes to the water park, it does bring a hub of entertainment. So there is the innovation district.
It's a water park now? I thought it was just going to be a sports center, but it's also going to be a water park. Crazy.
And
Real
then there's
crazy.
also a lot of new projects that you've just mentioned that are to bring that side of entertainment. I think it's another way to bring revenue into the city, but where we place these projects to be done, really getting community input, especially because not everyone's going to be happy with every project that happens, but it's crucial to take in the feedback, be able to take that critique, turn it around, be a little bit more fluid when it comes to project planning. That way we can really serve what our residents want and also find new ways to develop the economy. Yeah, so right now in the city we have a map that shows all the streets that are getting worked on or need to be worked on. We're definitely deficient in the budget to be able to take care of all the potholes in a timely manner right now. I'd say we do have our 311, which has been really helpful. I think the response time has been okay for some communities, maybe not so much for others, so I'd like that to be something that every pothole is dealt with urgency. And especially when it comes to the traffic in our streets, because right now there's a lot of trucks that are going around Canyon Crest, coming from the warehouse all the way down into places that they're not supposed to be in. Right now our only option is to call 311 and just report it, but really nothing can be done if there's no police witness. So I think it would be good to have something where citizens are a little bit more empowered, so when they're reporting something, it's not just something that's noted and to be forgotten about. There's actually empowerment where somebody can actually do something about it to hold some of the corporations accountable to messing up our streets and doing things they're not supposed to be doing. So.
Okay, now the homelessness and affordability.
Yeah, so we need housing. Right now, we don't have enough in our plan to meet our mandates. And most recently, we ended up not taking in the money from the state that we all worked so hard to vote into just to get the support of City Council to even want that project. It is unfortunate that seeing a project like that to not fall through or to not, go and move forward into its development, because there's a lot of homeless on the street that need housing. There's also a lot of people that need housing in general when it comes to the middle class, students, not being able to afford buying their new home. Maybe it's not even available because it's getting leased as an Airbnb or it's owned by a corporation or some investment group. So housing's crucial here in Riverside to really focus on.
She sounds a little bit more progressive, because I was going to say she sounds exactly like the dude before her, but that right there makes her sound more progressive than the previous guy. Okay, so now here's the Southern California Edison question.
Yeah, so there's a lot of research at Stanford and Berkeley that shows why the safest is to underground the lines. There's a reason why there's a lot of funding coming from top down to local cities. Chino Hills, their area, they built it all above ground and eventually got rid of it and built it underground for many other reasons, and that's one of our sister cities. I would say with the RTRP project, it's quite unfortunate that a project like that has continued for 20-something years with no changes to its plan, considering how much innovation has happened in our economy. I would say at the same time, it's a double-edged sword, because if we do nothing about our electrical infrastructure right now, we're going to see the most blackout outages in all of our history of Riverside. We're going to be seeing some of the most extreme heat, so there's going to be families where there's not available air conditioning, and that also poses a safety risk, right? So I think now more than ever, it's something that has to get done, unfortunately, with its current condition, but that's not to say that we can also change it. I think things need to be safe, so it's never too late to turn around and say, hey, you know what, let's go ahead and do it all underground. I know some people talk about costs, and it is a lot more costly, but costs shouldn't come at the expense of safety.
Yeah,
and
safety
for
and also reliability.
It also is something that then gets shared amongst all California residents, not just something directly here in Riverside. So we also pay for the double charge that our sister city had when it came to building them above ground and then deciding to put them underground. That's all the costs we share together, but I think it makes the community a lot safer.
Okay, no closing statement. We didn't do it for the other guy. Okay. So Ward 2, here's the last Ward 2 candidate.
My name is Mike Vaughn. I am running for Ward 2, and I'm a business consultant. I do IT and financial consulting. I've got an MBA in finance, so I do a lot of CFO work, and I do software engineering.
Okay, Measure Z question.
I could potentially support another 0.25% tax if it was a special use tax. Right now, these are all general fund. And so what you do is you have a $100 budget and your public services are $20 million or $20. You make a tax for $10, so now that takes $10 out of your 20. Now I have $10 more to go spend on whatever I want. It's not I'm going to spend it on more public safety. I'm going to spend it on whatever I want. If you make it a special use tax, it's dedicated to police, fire, and emergency services. So I could support that. Having it go forever right now at this point is ridiculous, because why would we put a tax that never ends? And they go, well, you can vote it out at any time. Well, what they'll immediately trot out is, we're going to have to cut police and fire first, which no one's going to do. It's 10 years till the tax ends. They can let that go for, if they need to extend it in 8 years, then you have a campaign and a discussion. I think with proper budgeting, you can make that thing work better. So what I would do is go back into the budget, find some things that they don't really need. Right now, they said when they put this together, it was all going to be public safety. It's less than 50%. They put raises to the staff. They put
spit in that moment.
They don't really need. Right now, they said when they put this together, it was all going to be public safety. It's less than 50%.
Yep, he
they put
spit.
Raises
he spit. I'm sorry. I got to see that in slow mo. That was crazy.
The staff. They said when they put this together, it was all.
Here we go.
Public safety.
3, 2.
It's less than 50%. It was all going to be.
Here we go.
Public safety.
Oof.
It's less than 50%.
It's less, and you just see all the spit go to the side.
Raises to the
I'm sorry. Poor man. It's just a lot. It was just like, poof, it hit me in the screen too. All right, let me put the speed back.
They backfill pensions. It's not fire safety. With $84 million a year with 10 years left, we should be able to figure out how to pay for $84 million for the new fire stations. I mean, even if you pay it off over 10 years. So there's a way to do this without having to raise the tax or extend it.
Okay, now downtown question. What is this water park?
Currently, we don't have any of those types of projects in Ward 2 coming up that I think, in my understanding. I think that the soccer thing, kind of a boondoggle. I'm not really a big fan of the water park. I don't think that those are going to generate much of anything, but they're going to spend a lot of money.
Okay.
The downtown revitalization, what we need to do is revitalize more of back what's down here on the other side of City Hall. If you go over there at 6 o'clock or later on any given weeknight or any weekend, 24 hours, nothing's there. There's wolf skills. What we need to do is work on revitalizing, putting some restaurants and bars and some other type of, maybe some more condos like next door here, and put them on that side of City Hall, because you generate some tax revenue, and if you had more businesses over there, it makes downtown bigger. And it's a simple walk, from 12th to Mission Inn is 4 blocks, so it's not like it's a huge deal. So I would concentrate more stuff on the downtown, and especially on the end between 10th and 14th.
Street repairs.
Currently, this year, they're bragging about doing 50 miles of street paving.
Yeah.
Moreno Valley last year did 199. At the current rate of 50 miles a year, it'll take us 18 years to pave all of the streets again. Okay, so we need to fixing potholes.
But doesn't Moreno Valley have significantly less population than Riverside?
It's definitely something that needs to take priority. But what we need to do is put a little more money into repaving all the streets.
Sorry, I'm getting so distracted with the background. His interview is so boring. Look at this USPS truck that just speeds off.
Fixing potholes is definitely
here. It pulls up at the stop sign.
But what we need to do is put a little more money into.
They were going fast for no reason.
Repaving all the streets. If we could do 200 miles a year, you'd have the thing done or even 100 miles a year, you'd have it done in 10 years. Actually, 9 years, because there's 928 miles, I believe, of road in the city. So at 9 years, now you're ready to restart. So what we need to do is start with doing more miles, and then make potholes a priority. The constituents, you call your city councilman and let them know that you've got some problems on whatever street it is, and it's that city councilman's responsibility to get it to Public Works and get that resolved for you as quick as possible.
Homelessness. Let's see what he says about homelessness.
Affordable housing is going to start at City Hall. the amount of money they charge to get going is almost $40,000 or $50,000 before you do anything to start building a house.
Okay.
And then, so you can't make it affordable. I mean, if it costs you $100 a square foot in material, and you build a 2,000 square foot house, that's a couple $100,000 plus the land, plus the fees from the city. By the time you get everything put together, you're talking, $500,000. I mean, or maybe $300,000-400,000, which really isn't that affordable. My daughter's a teacher; she can't afford to buy a house. My son's a paramedic; he can't afford to buy a house, and they make pretty good money. So, and as part of it is just California in general. As far as the homelessness piece, I had an interesting meeting on Monday night with a guy named Michael Gates.
Sorry, I think that's gonna be the new meta. Older politicians throwing their children under the bus. We saw this with Katie Porter. My son I'm pretty sure he's never gonna move out. He's gonna be living on my sofa forever. This homie right now said, my son and daughter are paramedics, are a teacher and paramedic respectively. They can't buy a house. That sucks. We're gonna hear this so much more. It's crazy.
Gates, who's running for attorney general, he was the city attorney in Huntington Beach. He was elected, and so I would probably have our city attorney elected and give them the power that they have in Huntington Beach, which they prosecute low-level crimes. So they don't rely on the district attorney, who a lot of times, because they're minor crimes, they waive them off. You enforce the rules that are on the books, and he says that their crime is down significantly. They're now after 5 years
Huntington
of that,
Beach?
they are the safest city in California.
Okay, I think this guy might be conservative. I wasn't gonna jump to conclusions and judge a book by his cover, but he's saying Huntington Beach is the model in terms of prosecuting crime. That's crazy.
And he says their homelessness is down almost 50% because they're enforcing the rules, and they're putting people, if you have substance problems.
I'm sorry, is Huntington Beach not one of the Orange County cities that's probably dumping off homelessness in Riverside? Oh man, okay.
Habitual, they put you in a forced rehab for however many days it is. And the same thing with the mental people with mental problems. They put them in the
a forced rehab?
Kind of
you mean
facilities?
Those kind of facilities? That's not sounding good, brother.
That'll be a top priority. Above ground is ridiculous.
Okay, all right. He wants to put the wires below ground. Okay, I think that's all we need to hear. Oh my god. Oh damn, I shouldn't have done that.
I can tell you.
There we go. Okay, so that's it for Ward 2. Let's get into the Ward 4 candidates, which it seems like there's only 2 of them.
Hi, my name is Jessica Katawi, and I'm running for City Council Ward 4. I'm a local business owner. I own an advertising agency called Envy Media LLC. We're actually celebrating 10 years on May 1st. We're so excited, and I'm so excited to be running.
Let me turn
for
her
City
down
Council.
a little bit.
I did run for mayor in 2024. I didn't win, hence why I'm running for City Council, but I did get 9,000 votes. And what that tells me is that there's a lot of people out there that have the same vision and same ideas that I have for the future of our city.
Okay. Measure Z question.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. This is a great question. So, matter of fact, I was one of the individuals that signed the document, the opposition statement, which has gone to court to ensure that the city makes sure that the wording on that ballot, when it goes out to the residents on May 5th, that it actually says exactly what it means, because it was very misleading originally. It made it seem like all the money from Measure Z was going to go towards public safety, fire, and police. However, that is not the case. So I want you to know, if you vote yes for Measure Z, that means first, the Measure Z tax is going to be extended, and it's going to increase by 2.5%. Now, if this, like for me, I'm all
sorry,
about public
I gotta
safety.
say it. I
all
gotta
about
say
making
it.
sure that
She's
we are
giving
safe
me
and happy in
Jeffree
our
Star mannerisms, and it's driving me crazy. Just the way she even talks with her mouth, like her teeth move in the same exact way that Jeffree Star does, and it creeps me out. Her nails, the way she moves her hands, I can't.
We don't know where it's going, and obviously fire and police is going to be more important than using the money towards catering, right? So my point of view is I want to vote no on Measure Z. And after we vote no on Measure Z, if the police and fire do need more funding, then let's create a new ballot measure that is going to actually focus on fire and safety.
Okay, and then the downtown revitalization project.
So from my understanding, we're looking at spending over $700 million to revitalize downtown Riverside, which downtown Riverside has definitely changed. I've been here for 39 years and it has grown so much. It's so beautiful. However, we have more issues that we really need to focus on rather than building more complexes. Let's talk about parking in downtown Riverside. I personally, my business is here in downtown Riverside. And so one of the things that we deal with every day is parking. The issue of parking is insane. And what the city should be looking at is figuring out a space where we can build a multi-level parking structure for the community. Recently, the city decided to start this valet program. I don't agree with this valet program.
Why?
Yes, it's bringing in some extra revenue for the city, which great for the city, but how is it great for us, the employees that work here in downtown Riverside? But so I think that that there's other places we should be spending over $700 million, right? When it comes to these new complexes, now this was a project that our city manager was working on, and he's leaving, right? So he started planting a seed for something, and now he's leaving. Guys, let's be real. A water complex. Do we not see Raging Waters gets closed down for half of the year? Does that make sense for us here in Riverside? And is that space ready to hold that many people?
No, she's going to need more parking.
I don't think so.
No.
So from just that, we need to build more, more lanes, more places for people to park.
Ooh, she's
and in my
incredibly
ward,
pro-car. That's crazy.
A senior center. Ward 4 deserves a senior center. So if I were to use some of the funds towards something else in my ward, I want to build a senior center for our seniors.
Street repairs. She's going to have a lot to say on streets.
When it comes to our roads, that's actually one of the top priorities that I have is fixing our roads.
I swear to God, I'm sorry. This lady sponsored by Big Roads, Big Street, Big Parking Complex. She's in the pocket of Big Parking Complex. Okay, the roads are one of her top priorities.
We have many areas in Ward 4 that the potholes are damaging the constituents, the residents' cars and vehicles. And then guess what happens? They go reach out to the city, and now the city is responsible. And if the city doesn't pay for it, the residents have to pay for it. I mean, it's a huge mess. We just need to fix our roads. And I understand that we called 311 and we asked them to come out, but a lot of times it gets put into a long list. We need to really prioritize when there is a pothole, one that is seriously damaging vehicles or could potentially cause harm to families. We need to jump on those right away. And I also want to talk about, which a lot of people don't talk about, are the RFPs, right? So
what are RFPs?
Companies, when a city needs a job done, they put an RFP request out. So these companies can come and they can present
bid
to
on the contracts.
The city how they're gonna, how they can help with this project, how much it's going to cost. But I don't think anybody's really looking at what the building materials that these organizations or these companies, corporations are using when they're fixing our roads. Because to be quite honest, I'll see a road fixed and within a few months, that same pothole is creeping back. What does that tell us? That the materials that they're using are not equipped to withstand the long-term usage that our city streets need and our community needs. So that would be definitely something that I would work on, is making sure that the building materials are long-lasting material that is going to protect us. And yeah, and let's get on fixing the roads. I know if you're in Ward 4, I know Wood Street, we got to fix it. I got you.
Okay, homelessness.
this is a huge issue: affordable housing, homelessness. But this is
She's
an
so
issue
funny, I'm
that
sorry.
is really expanding across our nation. But when it comes to our local government, obviously we recently had the situation with the Quality Inn, and now our city council is potentially going to get sued because they were ready to accept a grant from the state and then backed off. You know, when it came down to it, the votes didn't work out in the way that it needed to help build that project. Now, that project could have been the start of something really great for our community, because it could have been an example of how we can flip the issue of homelessness. And I want people to remember something, that homelessness isn't necessarily, you know, always going to be somebody that is, you know, using out there, but it could be a
What?
senior that lives on a fixed.
Okay, she said not all homeless people are alcoholics and drug addicts. Duh.
Income, and then everything is going higher in price, and we all know
Yeah.
that. The gas, the food, I mean, food has doubled in price just in the past like 2 years. So imagine being a senior living on a fixed income. So we need to prevent. Prevention is key. Let's figure out ways that we can prevent the homelessness before it happens, or the single mother with her children that can no longer afford her rent, you know, for her house because it just went up.
Yeah.
But she's got to have a 4-bedroom house because she has 5 kids. So prevention is key. And a lot of the money that we have going out to these nonprofits that have shelters, I think we need to reevaluate that, because most of these homeless people do not want to go to the shelters. I personally interviewed many homeless individuals
really?
in the Riverside streets, and I can personally tell
Oh
you,
my God, we
they
gotta
don't wanna
find
go to
those
the shelters.
interviews.
So if you go to a shelter, you see they're empty. So we need to utilize that money wisely.
Okay, now the Southern California Edison project.
Yes, this is a great question, and all of us need to be aware of the RTRP project. I actually just came from filming on site in Harupa Valley, where they are putting the power lines underground, and I personally spoke to one of the contractors
Hold on.
that's working on the project.
This lady, she's Palestinian. That's crazy. I just pulled up her Instagram. Here she is with the guy, this guy, the Egyptian Jon Stewart.
We just did like she just ambushed me in my comedy show. No, I'm just kidding. No, she's running for city council, and this is the way that we make a difference. We don't make a difference on the level of presidential candidates or Congress or Senate. It starts from city council, it starts from down there. So vote for Jessica Katawi.
Katawi.
Yes.
Katawi.
Jessica Katawi. Yes. Make a difference from down there.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
So this
that
lovely
was a
lady,
meet
Jessica
and greet that
Katawi,
she paid for, and she totally ambushed him after his show. Damn. Okay. Oh man. Well, okay. At least she's very anti-Israel. So that's great. Shout out to that. But damn. That's crazy. Oh shit, she drove the Nissan. No. Oh my God, she has a Nissan Z. What the No. Oh wait, that's copyrighted music. Oh my God. She has a yellow Nissan Z. Damn it. That's crazy. Wait, okay, so now I understand why. She's like, I can't, these potholes are killing my baby. She's a car person. Damn. Oh no, does she like Matt Mahan though? Oh my God, she's such an influencer. Realizing I hit 10 years of being 100% self-employed. And it's the driving picture. I don't think she's in her Nissan. Oh, what if that's not actually her car? Yeah, she rented the Nissan for that video. Hilarious. Okay. All right. All right, we're going to follow her. You know what? We should try to get her on stream. Oh my god. Hold on, let's see her stories. Okay. Okay. She just be reposting. Okay. Okay. All right. That's oh, Francesca Florentini follows her. Damn. All right. Let's finish.
And I asked him, what is going to be the best and the safest way to get these power lines into Riverside? And he said underground. And this is a professional with over 32 years experience telling us this. And so I do want to tell you about my video. So if you're seeing this, go to my Instagram, Katawi for Rib, so you can see
We were just there. Wait, hold on.
the full video of what we did about R2RP.
Oh, that's the whole reason I went to look for her Instagram. I'm dumb. Hold on. Search. Oh my god, everyone, these campaign videos. Brother, where's my search thingy? There we go. Okay, what was her name? Jessica. Here we go. Okay, so she said it was on her Instagram, but it was a video.
R2RP needs to go underground. Southern California Edison decided to do this 20 years ago with the city of Riverside. In 20 years, technology has changed. We've evolved. Let's make sure our strategies with our city are evolving as well, that we're not staying committed to certain deals because maybe some money is involved. Yes, it's going to cost us a little bit more money to do this, but it will prevent us from being the next Altadena or Pacific Palisades. So for our safety, to make sure we protect our city, as a 39-year resident here in Riverside, power lines need to go underground.
Okay. Okay. No, we can't watch that part. We didn't watch it for anyone else. Okay. That is pretty cool. Let's see the other Ward 4 candidate. I'm sure he's not going to be as cool, but let's give him a chance.
My name is Rich Vandenberg. I'm currently in mortgage finance for 21 years.
Oof.
I've provided home loans to Riversiders. I'm in Orange Crest, and I'm running for city council to represent Ward 4.
Okay,
I
the
serve
Measure
on
Z
Budget
question.
Engagement Commission. I'm the vice chair of that now, and I've been there for about 3 years, I believe. I do not support the extension or the increase to Measure Z. I do support our fire department. I've heard Chief McKinstry's report twice, and I fully support everything he's asking for. Our city needs the additional firefighters, fire stations, everything he's asking for, I agree with. However, before we ask taxpayers to fork out more dollars, and before we make this permanent, I would like to do a deep dive into the current budget. It was expected to generate $48 million annually. That number is about $84 million now. The priorities listed on the ballot statement included fire, police, infrastructure, roads. A lot of the priorities there that we all voted for and thought we were paying for, and while money has gone to that, we've also spent money on many other general services. And so what I've asked for at the next Budget Engagement Commission meeting was a list of the top 10 other general services we funded through Measure Z, and that may very well change my mind. I do want to see the fire department get the funds they need. However, I would be more supportive of a special tax that went directly to the fire department. When it becomes part of the general tax, it gets absorbed into other things, and I don't think there's much of an appetite for that right now. In terms of making it permanent, I like the current sunset date on this. It's going to sunset in about 10 years, and then we can come back to the taxpayers and say, have we used this money wisely? Did we earn the right to keep this tax and continue funding things we funded through Measure Z? When you make it permanent, we kind of lose that accountability there. So those are my reasons. I lived all over the city, but I spent a good majority of my childhood downtown. I lived on Orange Street.
Okay,
My mom
the
used to walk us
downtown
up to the library and meet her
revitalization
kids. This is when the
project.
Mission Inn was chain link fenced and shut down. What the city has done is fantastic. My wife and I bought a house on 11th and Pine in 1999, 2000, and lived there for about 2 years. We never came downtown for anything. It was not a good place to be. It wasn't safe. There was nothing to
Wow.
do. And so we avoided it altogether. And now you come here and it's alive. It's vibrant. You see families, kids, strollers. We love coming downtown. This is my birthday destination when I want to get out. And so I love what the city's done so far. I think the businesses are thriving. There are still challenges, but I see those challenges as opportunities, not as deterrents. I love the 3 projects you mentioned coming up. I'm a big fan of all of them. I'd love to see the soccer stadium, the adventure park, Riverside
Interesting.
Live. I'm a proponent of
He's
all
the
those
only
things.
one who's for it.
I would like to see more happen in Ward 4. We have not much happening there. We haven't seen anything in a very long time. We have car washes and warehouses. We don't have restaurants. We don't have coffee shops, bagel shops. I would love to see more development in Ward 4. I have nothing specific in mind. I plan on learning what's available and the opportunities there and talking to folks who live there to get their input, but I certainly would love to see more development in Ward 4, yes.
And then street repairs.
Sure. Well, my plan is to prioritize those things, right? What we prioritize is what gets done. You talked about Measure Z when we started this thing. Measure Z was intended to fund infrastructure and roads, and very few dollars have gone to that. This last year, we improved about 51 miles of roads. Moreno Valley did 3 times that. Corona did twice that. When you make it your priority, it gets done. I would make the roads a priority. I've knocked on roughly 9,000 doors since January, and that is the number 1 or 2 concern I get. Outside of warehouses, people want to know why the roads are in terrible shape. We pay some of the highest taxes in the entire state, and we have some of the worst roads. I would make those a priority. That's what the residents want. That's what we need. Planning ahead for the repairs that need to be done. It's kind of an ounce of prevention type of thing. When you don't take care of the roads you have, you end up with more costly repairs down the road. I would do more prevention work on our roads, and certainly just prioritizing that. Sure. Well, that concern and the interest, I think, stems from the vote on the university project where we rejected $20 million from the state. It's kind of brought that to light. I would have supported that project. We had a mandate from the state to develop, I think it was 17,000, don't quote me exactly, low and moderate income housing. We've met somewhere around 5% of that goal with 4 years left to do it. I spoke with the seniors at our low income facility on Adams Street. They are month to month. They are concerned about where they're going to live. Many of them are there that lost a spouse. When you lose a spouse, you lose half your Social Security income. The expenses aren't going down, the expenses are getting more. Even at that one facility on Adams, rent goes up $100 every year. We need more affordable housing. From low to moderate income, we need more. We have families in Riverside. The median price here is $650,000 right now. We have young families who can't afford to live here and stay here. They grew up here, they wanted to stay here, they can't afford it. We need more moderate and low income housing here. I would support the development of it, attracting developers, streamlining the process, whatever I could do to encourage that to happen in Riverside. So I share those concerns. I've heard several reports over the last several years on.
Okay, Southern California Edison question.
So I share those concerns. I've heard several reports over the last several years on this, and I would have voted for that to be underground. I've heard the pros and cons, and to be honest, the only strong case I've heard to be made for above ground is the price. I think that the risk outweighs the reward there for the cost, and I think this is something we're going to look at down the road and say we should have went underground, because I think eventually it's going to end up underground anyway, and the money we're investing today for above ground could all be for nothing if we end up reinvesting to go underground. So I would have voted for below ground. I think for all kinds of reasons you mentioned, for environmental reasons, for fire risk reasons, this should have been underground. So Riversiders are frustrated, particularly in Ward 4, and they get frustrated not because things aren't going their way, but because they feel like they don't have a voice. And when they do get to speak, it's not heard. They don't feel like they're getting accurate representation, that their voices and their wishes are not being done. I'm not running because I think I am the smartest person to run in Ward 4. I'm not running because I think I have all the answers for the problems in Ward 4. But I listen well, and I learn fast. I have a life of experience in this city, and have experienced all different levels of poverty and prosperity, starting a business, failing at a business, owning a home, struggling to buy a home, struggling to keep utilities on, and I can speak to all things with experience. So I would take input from the community, take my lived experience and apply those things, and really I want to be a true representation of Ward 4.
Okay, let's go and, oh, there's another Ward 4 person. Chuck Conder, oof. He is an Air Force guy because he's wearing an Air Force.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am your city council member, Chuck Conder.
Oh, he's the sitting council member. Yikes.
Working for the city of Riverside, representing Ward 4 on your city council. And I am running for re-election for Ward 4. So as an elected official, I am prohibited from both advocating for or against a measure. What I can talk about is the impact on services. So we
oh my God, we're not going to watch his interview. We're not going to watch his interview. Okay, let's watch Ward 6. This guy, Luis Hernandez, I think he followed me on Instagram. Maybe we can get him on stream.
My name is Luis Hernandez, and I'm running for Riverside City Council in Ward 6. My occupation, I've dedicated my career to serving people with disabilities. As the lead assistive technology specialist, I supervise 7 individuals over 3 different programs, one of which includes an internship program dedicated to helping students gain real-world work experience. I also serve as vice chair on the Board of Ethics, where I work to uphold transparency and accountability in our local government.
All right, Measure Z.
So, I think it's important for people to do their own research into what Measure Z is and what it funds. I understand that it's important, for these taxes to be able to pay for city services, but at the same time, I understand there are individuals who ask questions as to, why wasn't existing Measure Z funds used to help support the firefighters? And of course, I'm a big supporter of the firefighters, especially with what's going on with our climate and all the fires that are going on. So me personally, I will vote yes for Measure Z because in the end, it's only like 25 cents for every $100, but that 25 cents can make a real difference as far as providing more services for our city and obviously, our firefighters. So I do like the idea of the revitalization projects and some of the projects that they're bringing into the city. I think it's helpful to bring in more revenue, more tax, more local businesses. But at the same time, I think there's some forethought that needs to be put into how it'll affect traffic, given all the individuals that it'll attract to these local areas. And, I'm not opposed to any of that. I love the idea, but, I would like some projects put forth in our area as well, not just in the downtown area, but also in the other wards, specifically Ward 6, to try and bring in more foot traffic to our local businesses as well.
All right, now the street repairs.
So my plan is to, as I walk through my ward, I can see the areas that need, more repair as far as streets, potholes, the lack of sidewalks, things like that. So, obviously going through the area and seeing what areas have been ignored or haven't had, those streets or sidewalks fixed in a while, and, prioritizing those areas which have gone without for a long period of time. So it's important to me that all the residents in our ward feel like their tax dollars are going to something. So they kind of both go hand in hand. We have a lot of individuals, unfortunately, in our city who are on the brink of homelessness, and obviously there's an increase in our homeless population as well. And that unfortunately includes a lot of our senior population. So trying to work with the Riverside Housing Development Corporation and nonprofits like Family Promise to try and address the homelessness crisis, but also bring in more affordable housing in a shorter period of time, rather than breaking ground on projects, looking at different ideas to renovate certain buildings, to bring in more affordable housing. That way there's not so many individuals who end up on the street. And we can also get some of those individuals that are on the street with income to be able to afford somewhere to live. The opposite of homelessness is obviously having somewhere to stay. 4 walls and a roof, no matter what that looks like, is better than being on the street. If we don't want individuals on the street in front of local businesses, we have to support them somehow. We have to provide services that'll help them get off the street. Wraparound services, and tie that to transitional housing or permanent supportive housing. That would be great to help a lot of those individuals who are on the street, so that we can help them.
Okay, now the Southern California Edison question.
So after pretty extensive research, the fire severity maps, and just what the project looks like, I'm with those residents that see it as a fire hazard and a huge concern. Those towers will be nearly 200 feet tall. Aside from being an eyesore, there's all the fire hazards that it can cause. So I am, if I get elected, that's one of the things that I aim to address, is looking for alternatives, finding the funds, and trying to find alternatives to those towers that may be a fire hazard in the future. And obviously trying to protect those residents in those surrounding areas, and including near my ward as well.
Okay. Shout out to KVCR. They just posted this on Instagram. And this is conversation between Anthony Victoria and Daniel Eduardo Hernandez. Here.
So break down the races. How many are there, and who are some standouts so far?
Yeah, so in the city of Riverside, there are 10 hopefuls running for 3 city council races. It's going to be in Ward 2, Ward 4, and Ward 6. And in 2 of those seats, specifically Ward 2 and in Ward 4, they're going to see a new representative take the role, specifically because Councilmember Clarissa Cervantes is vying for an assembly state seat.
That's right.
Ward 6.
That's right. The friend of the show. I should say alcoholic friend of the show, Clarissa Cervantes, is no longer going to be on city council because she's running to be an assembly member, just like her big sister.
Jim Perry is set to retire. And Ward 4 has the sole incumbent with Councilmember Chuck Condor running against 2 challengers. And in terms of any standouts so far, there's no definitive data to show which of the candidates are leading the pack at the moment. But so far, Ward 2 candidate Gracie Torres and Ward 6 candidate Oz Puerta have received some key endorsements by the mayor and several on the council. But others like Ward 2 candidate Aram Ira and Ward 6 candidate Luis Hernandez have seen quite a lot of grassroots support.
And what are some of the key issues that are concerning these candidates?
So the Riverside Record, we interviewed 8 of the candidates on a set of several city-wide issues. And across the board, what we heard first and foremost is that they want to focus on increasing street repairs. It doesn't matter if it's in the Magnolia corridor down to the Ward 4 Woodcrest area. They really want to focus on street repairs and fixing those potholes that everybody's complaining about. But another big citywide topic is how they want to address and tackle homelessness. Though their plans on how they want to tackle that ranged widely from more progressive ideas to one person even taking a pretty tough on crime approach to it. And finally, several of the candidates also focused their messaging on wanting to create more affordable housing for its working class communities. But then again, those ideas ranged very greatly.
There's also Measure Z. Can you talk about it and where candidates stand?
Measure Z, it's a 1% sales tax that was first approved by residents a decade ago to help pay for a range of public services. The city recently received a report showing that the fire department needs some massive upgrades to keep up with the city's growth. And to help pay for that, the city is bringing Measure Z back to the table and asking voters whether they want to increase the sales tax by 0.25% and extend its deadline, which is currently set at 2036, to until, quote, ended by voters. The candidates across the board again said that they are in full support of the fire department, but some of them, like Ward 2 candidate Mike Vall and Ward 4 candidates Jessica Katawi and Rich Vandenberg, said that they oppose the measure for its lack of guardrails.
And what are those guardrails, Daniel?
Basically, Measure Z right now is set as a general sales tax, which means that there isn't anything specifically saying that the city needs to use the extra money, if approved, on specifically helping out the fire department. It would go into their general fund, and
they use it on whatever.
Previously, that the money has been used by the city council for things that weren't really a priority for them. A decade ago, it was sold as something that would be helping public services and public safety in specific. And since then, they've seen that money go elsewhere. So some of the candidates have been asking for it to be brought to the table as a special tax. A special tax would ensure that the money is set aside specifically for the fire department, but it would also require a 2/3 majority instead of a simple majority like the general tax.
You've been to some forums and debates across the city. How do voters feel about the candidates so far?
As expected in a working class community, the city does feel largely tuned out to the primary race here.
Bruh, of course.
But
of course.
Ones who are engaged have really shown that they are eager to get to know many of the new faces and see if they align with their vision of the city's future.
Daniel, thank you again so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me.
That was Daniel Eduardo Hernandez with the Riverside Record. To read more on Riverside city elections, visit riversiderecord.org.
Okay. All right. I think we're going to call it here today, chat. It's already been 4 hours, I believe. So let's enjoy the rest of our day by doing fun stuff. We did enough educational stuff. Let's do fun stuff. So I'll leave it here, everyone. Peace out. Thank you for joining me. I hope y'all had a great time. We did some great politics, local politics for sure. I reached out to 2 of the candidates already to see if they'd come on stream. We'll see if we hear back from them. But yeah, peace out. Have a good one, everyone. And I'll see you later this week.
Thank you. Make you